I guess we missed last call. Too into each other to notice they turned on the lights. It's that kind of night. I walk you to your car, but it's not a good idea for either of us to drive. So how about we ride? I'll get us in an Uber back. We can go back to my place. Kick your heels up at the doorway. Why does the night have to end? Just cause the bartender said, won't you come in for a nightcap? One more drink with you wouldn't be so bad. I thought we'll just fall into bed, but if we fall in love instead, would you la 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 that? Only one way to know, won't you come in for a from the balcony that I've been telling you about. Isn't it wild? Let's get more wasted for free. I'll make you a drink, you can make yourself comfortable right on this floor of the couch. I'll get us in an Uber back, we can go back to my place. Kinda reckless for a Tuesday, but why does the night have to end? Just cause the bartender said, won't you come in for a nightcap? One more drink with you wouldn't be so bad. I thought we'll just fall into bed, but if we fall in love instead, would you la 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 that? Only one way to know, won't you come in for a right now, don't know what I'm talking about. But those eyes, could I be in love right now? That's what happens after. Won't you come in for a nightcap? One more drink with you wouldn't be so bad. I thought we'll just fall into bed, but if we fall in love instead, would you la 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 that? Only one way to know, won't you come in for a one more drink with you wouldn't be so bad.
Hello, stream. How we doing? For those who don't know, tonight is going to be a lot lower energy just due to the fact that yesterday Morgan and I got boosted. We finally were able to make an appointment. It has been chaotic trying to get one, but we got boosted, which is great. But as a result, we are also dealing with the side effects of the booster. So feeling a lot of intense muscle pain right now, and then we didn't get very good sleep. I didn't fall asleep until like 9 a.m. Eastern time, just due to the fact that I was super sore and I kept rolling onto my sore arm, and then also the soreness has sort of spread throughout the rest of my body as well. Yo, Wallowy Willowy. Thank you. That is a long-ass time. Yo, yeah, absolutely. Happy birthday to Mama Wallowy Willowy. Thank you for the 29 months with Prime. I appreciate that a ton. And then, obviously, I had a lot of, like, feverish chills and shit like that, so I just wasn't able to fall asleep right away, which sucked. So if I'm a little bit out of it tonight, like not putting myself on screen, for instance, That's the explanation there. But I at least wanted to chill because it's been a while. I haven't streamed since like, I don't know, like fucking Tuesday or something like that. So here we are. No, Wally Willy, don't apologize. I'm very, very much appreciative of that sub. Thank you very much for that. Damage Peach, yo, thank you so much for the tier 1. Enjoy our emotes and our sub badges. I hope that you're having a good evening. Hello to everyone joining, by the way. Azu Lotus, hello, hi, welcome. Evie, yo, what's up? Good to see ya. Gonna tell my mom everyone said happy birthday. Hell yeah, this whole community's here saying happy birthday. That shit's great. I love that. Dr. Juper, goddamn, 14 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Juper. Hope you've been well. Yo, what's up, Proxima? Welcome to the stream. Always nice to have you here. Oh my god, do we have a level 1 scam train already? Unbelievable. Thank you so much to everyone joining. Again, I don't know how long I'm going to last tonight. I'm like fucked up as far as like sleep schedule and exhaustion and everything, but I want to vibe with people that I appreciate, you know? Thank you so much, Draven. Damn, booster bits. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was nice. They had a really good operation set up. Morgan's like kind of napping on and off all day. I woke up like 50 times throughout the course of the night. But here's the thing too, guys. It's like it's worth it because the peace of mind that this brings is especially pertinent right now. Thank you, Flynn, by the way, for the bits as well. Because I just found out 2 days ago, my dad and my mom got COVID, which is really worrisome because they're, you know, kind of up there in the years, and have their own sort of a set of health issues. So, it's one of those things where like if they hadn't been boosted, I don't know what would have happened. Like my mom got it a lot worse than my dad. They both work in healthcare, for those of you guys who don't know. So, you know, they were being pretty careful otherwise, but just because they both work in a doctor's office, my dad and my mom both were exposed to obviously a lot of COVID in and out there. Cactus Prince, thanks for the 2 gifted subs to the community. That's so nice of you. Thank you very, very much. Yes, Yurt and Macaroni Mew, thank you very much to all 3 of you for being a part of the community. If you got one of those gifted subs, enjoy them. Make sure you're saying thanks to Cactus Prince, though. But yeah, so my mom got it a lot worse than my dad. My dad, I guess, is just a little bit of a like low-grade fever flush going on, and he is got a little bit of a mild cough. But my mom had it pretty bad to the point where like she wasn't able to breathe very well. So I'm really happy to know that they got boosted, because without that booster, who the hell knows what would have happened to them. So again, a really good peace of mind for me getting boosted, even though right now it sort of has taken me the fuck out. But I'm here with some cool people. I'm here hanging out tonight. We're just going to keep things low key and chill and enjoy a little bit of the weekend together, which is, you know, a good thing to do. Good thing to do. And I know that, obviously, like I said, my parents got it because they work in healthcare. My dad's a doctor, my mom's a nurse. They both work in various medical settings, so they were bound to be exposed to it. But it's one of those things where, like, I am so unbelievably happy that they're okay. I know that they're not the only ones out there working with the public every day. There's a lot of, like, service workers, healthcare workers, retail workers, what have you, teachers exposed to a lot of people who have risk of COVID. So, you know, I just hope people are keeping as safe as possible and exploring the options as far as getting like the boosters so that they can like feel a little bit better. Probably going to be popping in and out because Pokemon. Yo, totally understandable. I actually did not buy Arceus because I still haven't beaten Brilliant Diamond yet, but I'm hoping that I'm feeling better tomorrow and I can run out and grab a copy of Arceus and also those new Glaceon V-Star and Leafeon V-Star Pokemon card boxes. Like, super fucking pumped for those. Mads, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Bellatrolio, hello, hi. Good to see you here as well. Troilo, I always say your name wrong. Remember, I used to call you Bellatrolio like forever, and I think it just stuck in my brain. It's nice to see you here again, though, Bella. Thank you for being here. Draven, thank you for the 2 gifted to the community. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Nate the Barbarian and Stark Black Wolfie. If either of you are here, make sure that you're saying thanks to Draven. That's so, so nice. I remember, yeah, it just, sometimes like a mispronunciation gets stuck in my head. So, yeah, thank you very, very much. That is exactly why I didn't buy a copy for myself yet. I'm so bad at finishing games because I buy new ones. Yeah, that you guys know, like, with the fucking backlog of games here, like, it's just one of those things where it's bound to happen to me, so I definitely limit the number of games I buy. That's a little bit harder with like all of the companies that send me games, which is nice because that saves me money. But then I'll be like, oh, we're literally in the middle of Final Fantasy VII Remake, but Epic just sent me like God of War, and I want to play that now, and it just is such a bummer. I don't have more time to get through more games, but it's very, very nice to be able to make our way through at our own pace with as many of them as we can. So, yeah. Just got off of work, so I'm here for good vibes. Well, I hope I can provide some good vibes. I'm very out of it right now. Just, again, for those of you who don't know, I got boosted yesterday. I had some pretty intense phobia of needles. Going into it, those of you who've been around for a while know that I have a huge phobia of needles, to the point where like I hyperventilate and I like have panic attacks and shit. And I was definitely doing a little bit of that leading up to it, but the nurse that we got was like kind of younger, and she was really cool, and she was like so nice about it. It's just like one of those things where like having bedside manner like that is so nice. But she was like asking me what I do, and I was explaining like, oh, I make content, I do like content creation, and she was like, oh, cool. And I was like, yeah, we do Twitch, and she was like, oh, live streaming, do you do games? So she like knew a little bit about it, and I was meanwhile looking away from the needle, and like I felt like the alcohol rub go down on my arm. And then she was like, okay, you're done. And I was like, I didn't even feel anything. Oh my God. So those of you with needle phobias, obviously valid, but this booster, I didn't even feel it. It was incredible. It's just the side effects are fucking taking me out. So it was really, really nice to have someone who is like super kind and considerate about like, my phobia that she was able to accommodate for. I'm sure they deal with that a lot, honestly, but it went very, very smoothly. I can relate. I installed the Dragon Age games and then got super burnout because it was all I played for 3 months. So now I'm like halfway through Inquisition and burnout. Yeah, it happens. I'm doing that sort of like in my own time with the Halo games. I've been going through the old campaigns again just to get a refresher before I play Infinite, because I haven't done Infinite's campaign yet, but I'm really excited for it. But I sort of have to take breaks, in between the games. I've done Reach, Halo 1, Halo 2, the anniversary editions, Halo 3, and I'm like halfway through Halo 3 ODST, which I've never played before, and I really enjoy it quite a bit so far, because it's sort of like this it's almost like a noir game where you're like doing detective work, which is like so interesting for a Halo game. Like between the shooting segments, it's like dark and kind of creepy. So I'm glad I got to experience it for the first time, but I'm very excited because I've never played Halo 5 either. So I'm really excited to try that one after I'm done with 4, and then I can move on to Infinite. I love cool nurses like that, right? Yeah, like, because that's the whole thing, right? Is like we have like a lot of obviously like perceptions about like the nursing field. Like obviously there's a lot of jokes about like nurses dating cops, and that's like the standard pairing because they're both basically out of touch, like cis white people types a lot of the times in those professions. And yeah, sure, still fucking ACAB for sure. But when you come across a good nurse, they are truly a good nurse, and those are obviously like really different systems. So I was very, very happy, very, very happy that we got a very accommodating nurse. And all 3 shots I've gotten, we've had really nice accommodating nurses. So yeah, I installed the Halo games and very excited, but also it feels like so many games. There's so many games. There's like a million games out there. Generic Bones, thank you for the bit. Saying hi before going to sleep because Brian knows exactly when my bedtime is. I actually, my schedule, I have it written out, Generic Bones, and it is on a spreadsheet. And every time I know you are about to go to bed, I'm like, it's time to stream. It's time to make sure that Generic Bones can't make it to this. I don't want that one bit, you know? I don't want that one bit. I want you to miss these streams. God, what a terrible thing to be like targeted towards like a single member of the community. It'd be very fucking funny. Oh God. My brain decided last night I should play the Ass Effect. Wait. Did you mean to write Ass Effect? I love the Mass Effect games. I've thought about playing the remasters on stream, and doing like a Fem Shep run. I think that would be fun as hell. I haven't played those games since they were on Xbox 360 back in the day, so I've never played the remasters, but I hear they're really good. I heard that they did like a good job of like updating the graphics and keeping the stories, intact for the fans who are longtime fans, but then obviously like improving frame rate and shit like that. What did I walk into? I've never heard that stereotype before. Is an American thing with nurses? Yeah, mainly because the American healthcare system sucks dick. And then also on top of it, cops like fucking ACAB. That's all I gotta say. So, Ass Effect is a 100% different game. It really is. Oh my God. Ass Effect is my favorite game. Yeah, Ass Effect I don't think we can play on Twitch. I feel like there's probably some caveats to that would maybe be a little bit TOS, but yeah. Generic Bones, thank you for another bit. Don't challenge me. You'll get my one bit and one more even in my sleep. I've been known to sleepwalk. Oh my God. Can you imagine? I'd feel kind of terrible if somebody like donated while they were like sleepwalking. They sleep donated. I would immediately offer a refund. I'd feel so goddamn bad about that. Oh, speaking of, guys, Generic Bones, take care. Get some good rest. Those of you who don't know, our Gerbcoin channel points you've been able to use everything up to the compliment party recently. And then people took a break from the Brian gifts you or someone else a sub in the community. We haven't had the option to do that in a while just because there was some weird like glitch on Twitch's end that was preventing me from gifting subs to the community. And I fortunately was able to find a workaround for it, and it now should work. So if you do have 150 Gerbcoin or more, you can actually get a free sub to the channel, or you can have that sub passed on to someone else here in the community as a gifted thing. That is open again as an option. I gifted a few subs last night as well while I was testing things out to the community, just as a fun little thing for those of you who randomly got them. But that is open as an option again if you guys want to redeem for the Gerbcoin. So, yeah. Also, I shared this in the fan house, but it seems as if I'm getting looked at for a really cool job. Yeah, I wrote back to you. I wrote back to you in the group chat. We're all really happy for you. Like, really, really happy to hear that you're able to explore some potential, like, career-changing moves there. I love hearing about that from people. That is fantastic. Why not? Thank you for the bit, sending healing vibes. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm definitely not... Like, again, like, we got hit pretty hard by the second one where we had, like, migraines and stuff like that, and we're basically couch-locked for a few days, and we're sort of starting to get the headaches tonight as well, Morgan and I. But it's just side effects. It's side effects to keep ourselves and to keep others safer with the booster, so I don't regret having done it. It will pass a lot quicker than getting actual COVID would, so I'm happy about that. We're definitely going to feel a lot better soon. Appreciate that a lot. When you have only 42.9k Gerb what do you mean only? That's a fuck ton. Holy crap. I can gift 1,000 people subs if it's only 150 Gerb coin. Well, it's not only 150 Gerb coin. It is 150,000 Gerb coins. The booster hit me into another universe. It was worth it for sure. Yeah, so they say that, like, the stronger the side effects, like, the more side effects you feel, like, the more COVID symptoms you experience, the more antibodies your body is creating. I don't know, obviously, the validity of any of that, but I'd like to, at the very least, it's helping me push through this, where I'm like, it feels like shit, but it feels like shit because my body's doing the thing it's supposed to, and that's so much better than not. So I'm gonna keep that lie alive in my head if it is incorrect, just to help me like push through. So yeah. Please send Morgan some healing vibes too. I hope she's feeling all right. Thank you, Welly Willy. I appreciate you a lot. Just need 50k Gerb coin more. Hell yeah, CC. Let's get it. I need more gift subs. More to gift subs. Yeah, I mean, that's okay, though. There's a reason it's, like, pretty high level. 149.5k Gerb point. Holy shit, Mads, you're right there. You're about to do it. I know that, like, Lav and Shira and a couple other people in the community have, like, a fucking huge amount, like 200k, which is great. My first shot beat me pretty bad. Second shot was a little body aches. I can't wait to get my third shot this coming week, though. It's really good peace of mind, House of May. Thank you so much for doing that. Again, like helping out other people, feeling more secure. I have no symptoms aside from sore arm for all 3 doses, so I hope it's not true. Like I said, I don't know the medical validity of that statement. It's just something that keeps my brain positive while I'm dealing with, like, some of the shittiest side effects that I've felt in a long time. So, yeah. Yeah, feels true. That's what matters. Exactly. Why not? Both mine hit pretty equal, but the booster hit way faster. Yeah, so, like, the first dose was, like, not fun. For us. The second dose was way more brutal than the first dose, but the booster definitely hit a lot faster, I feel like. But again, I think it's just because our bodies are getting more used to, like, producing antibodies, and your bodies, you acclimate to medical vaccines and things. I'm not looking forward to getting the booster, but I only got sleepy after my 2 shots. Nice. Okay, yeah. So that's the whole thing, is everyone reacts differently, and, like, we're not still 100% sure on, like, the true efficacy of anything. But the fact that you're going out and you're doing it, and you're again making sure that you're safe and that other people are going to be safe, that's great. That's really wonderful. Joey Jam, you got 140k. God damn, that's so many. That's very, very good. Don't mind me with 3.3k. Hey, it's not a pissing contest. Everyone is getting those just passively by hanging out, which is, like, super fucking cool that anyone is here at all. Really hope y'all don't get COVID. It sucks, and I hate how so many people still aren't taking it seriously. Yeah, you know what's, like, fucking wild, Yasmin, is I've seen, like, idiots out there that I just want to slap upside the goddamn head. Who are like, yeah, I got COVID, and, like, I couldn't breathe right for, like, a week straight, and I lost my sense of taste and smell, and, like, I couldn't, like, stand upright, and everything sucked. I'm still gonna go out to, like, 50 concerts this month. It's like, fuck you. That's all I gotta say to those people. You're the reason that the new mutations are happening. Why call it a shot when you can call it the Fauci ouchie and make it rhyme? That's true, Eliza. It is very catchy to call it the Fauci ouchie, for sure. Apparently 2 Pfizers and a Moderna booster shocks your body. I mean, any of them do. I mean, anyone who's like, oh, it's more of a shock this way than the other with this combo they don't know what they're fucking talking about. It's all of it's going to affect you to some degree, even if it's just that your arm hurts a lot. Morgan and I got Moderna all 3 times. They're both essentially the same medicine. I think it's because I mixed and matched and took J&J. Took like 12. Oh yeah, so those of you with J&J, that one though, it's like very different. That one is incredibly different. All 3 Pfizer, yeah, exactly. Like your body's gonna react regardless because it's straight up a vaccine. So as long as you're getting it, that's what matters. I got Moderna 1 and 2 and Pfizer booster. Yeah, we had the option to get the Pfizer if we wanted to mix and match, but I talked to my dad again, doctor who's been very informed about this stuff, the entirety of it lasting. And he was just like, it doesn't matter what you do, really. Like, it's like some people think you get better, like, coverage with, like, better efficacy if you mix and match. But he's like, there's no actual, like, that's something that was started by, like, armchair physicians. Once, yo, what's up? It's like a possibility that that's the case, but it's not really, like, you don't have to worry about that if you can only get the offer for the same. Bubble Juice, hello, hi as well, welcome. Welcome to everyone who's joining in here. Thank you very, very much. Guys, we haven't done good news, I just realized. Fuck. If you guys got good news, please drop some in the chat. Would appreciate to see some. Thank you to everyone, by the way, for the hype train earlier. I never said thanks for that. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking out of it tonight. It's just the way it's going to be. We're just going to be vibing. We're going to be listening to tunes in the background while we talk about whatever, just as we do. But thank you to anyone who's here right now. My sleep schedule is going to be all off, so I might stream for a while tonight. If I'm starting to feel icky, then I might go. Like I said, we're sort of like developing headaches. Morgan's laying down in bed right now, just watching movies on very low volume. So yeah, that is something that we are dealing with, and we'll play it by ear, guys. Well, fuck it, we'll do it live, right? Good news, my boyfriend is officially COVID-free. May! That is amazing. Congrats. I'm very happy to hear that your boyfriend's COVID-free. Good news, I have rolled tacos. That is fantastic news. I have not had, like, rolled tacos or taquitos in a very long time. I almost bought some at the store the other day. I really should have. Should have given in. Supervisor tried to tell me I'd be fine after 5 days with COVID. It's been 2 weeks and I'm vaccinated. I still feel ill. Yeah, I have friends who... the long COVID symptoms, do not mess around with them. There are a lot of people spreading just misinformation who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. It's really sad to see still. So, yeah. Starting to learn guitar and ready to practice a lot. Hell yeah, Julie Jam. I love hearing about people, like, learning instruments. You guys know I am someone who did a lot of music making back in the day. So, very, very wonderful to hear that you're pursuing something creative and fun like that. Good news, I went to the pharmacy to get my testosterone. $10 cheaper with my new insurance. Max, let's fucking go. Like we were saying a second ago, like, American healthcare sucks asshole. To hear that it's something that's benefiting you right now, we take those wins. That's good. We win these. This is good news. Less than 1 month till my BFF and I meet for the first time in 2 years and see twice together. Mads, have a great time. I hope that that's a really, really good time. Seriously. That's wonderful to hear. Yeah, that's something Morgan and I have been talking about potentially going to see Ethan again sometime if we can find some good cheap flights out that way. Because when we went out last to go to LA, it was very chill. We stayed in. We were staying safe, social distancing, etc. So being able to see Ethan and Mika again would be really nice now that, like, our boosters are at max efficacy. Good news, after being out as trans for a year, I finally decided on a name. It's Salem now. Dr. Jupiter, I love hearing that. That's wonderful. Wonderful to get to know you. Salem is such a cool name. I love that. I won't lie, it does make me think of the cat from Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. But I mean, maybe that was your inspiration, which is like kind of a dope inspiration in my opinion. Good news, I got to video chat with my boyfriend for a dinner date during his break at work. That's so cute. I love that. I used to do that when I worked like retail. I would like call Morgan on my lunch breaks or my dinner breaks or whatever. Always a cute thing. Salem, what a cool name, right? Salem's dope. I like that name. I am aware I do love that cat. He's so sassy. There you go. I love that then. Yeah, lean into that more then. Be like, yeah, that is why. I like that. It's really cool. Jerry Green, hello. It's always so nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Again, those of you joining a little later here, we're keeping it mellow. We're keeping it very low-key tonight. I'm just very out of it from... those of you who didn't see the tweet, I didn't fall asleep till like 9 a.m. just because of COVID booster side effects. And then I didn't wake up until like 6 p.m. Eastern time as a result. And I'm just sort of vibing, sort of dealing with chills and just aches and pains and just being out of it a little bit logy and just in a different place because of the booster. But again, totally worth it. Please go do it. Keep others safe. Please, please, please. Meanwhile, my dumbass went with Alex, one of the big four. There's nothing wrong. You either, Max. Okay, Alex and Max. You guys felt those resonate with you as names. That you went, I'm becoming my true self. I found these names, and it doesn't matter how common they are. They just feel good. They feel right. And I don't know. I love that. I really love that. That's really great. That feels like you. And that's what matters at the end of the day. Like, screw what anyone else has to say about it, you know? Sending you and Morgan healing vibes. Thank you. We've been, like, pounding, like, sports drinks and water and just trying to nap where we can. We'll come back to Earth eventually. Promise. Milo, my dude, how we doing? If you guys don't know Milo Mumbles here in chat, please check out Milo's channel. Milo is just a natural entertainer, someone who's been in the community for years, has been creating content for years, someone who I've gotten the privilege of watching develop his content, again, for years, and is just a naturally talented and funny person who works really goddamn hard. Please go check out Milo Mumbles. Please, please, please do so. Milo, I mean, here, I'll do it for you because I know you won't do it for yourself. But go check out Milo, please. Milo's awesome. I know, but it's Alex, Oliver, Kai, or the Lurs, Skylar, Tyler, etc. Who cares? If it feels like you, it feels like you. Again, at the end of the day. I mean, there's tons of people legally named Alex, Oliver, Kai, Skylar, Tyler, etc. who, you know, are just stuck with those names already. No one judges them for it. They just have those as names, whatever. The thing is you chose that name because it felt right, and that is beautiful. I like that. I'm going to duck out for now. I need to watch a couple of online lectures. Good luck with the online lectures, Bubble Juice. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you being here. Ian Muscles, yeah, what's up? It's so nice to see you here. Hey, just want to say hi. Not having the best day, but seeing you makes me smile. I thank you for that. Celtic Dreamer, I'm sorry to hear that you're not having a great day, but I hope that it improves for you. It's nice to have you here while I'm also feeling a little bit under the weather. Again, it's one of those things. I easily could have skipped tonight's stream, but I really just wanted to like hang out and vibe with some people that I appreciate. And we haven't done a just chatting in a while, and it's always nice to be able to, even though I can't read nearly as quickly as I'm used to because I have brain fog. My brain is in a soup right now. It's nice to be able to like just vibe. Watching Vox Machina Sunday. Sunday we will be doing a Vox Machina watch party thanks to Amazon Prime Video and Fanology. Again, a sponsored stream where if you have access to Amazon Prime Video, feel free to join us. We had a really good time with Invincible. That was a really, really fun one last week. Yeah, it is not for children. It is 100% not for children. So again, that's why we got the mature tag on. That's why we're going to have some really heavy content warnings on the stream. But if you want to join us for the premiere of Legend of Vox Machina, well, it technically premiered today, but we're going to be doing our watch party Sunday. Again, sponsored by Amazon. Thank you, Amazon, for that. It's fucking dope. But yeah, you can join as long as you have access to Amazon Prime Video, which anyone who has Amazon Prime should have immediate access to as well. So we'll do another watch party, which will be very, very fun. J-Rick's Official, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm glad that you like the hair. I will not lie. Anything regarding my hair is like not from me. All I do is I grow it. Morgan is the one who gave me the haircut, my partner Morgan. She did a fantastic job, I think. Same with the like little bits of blonde we still have left. I can't believe it. I was looking at some like old pictures the other day, and I can't believe I used to be like full head of blonde. That was wild. Different times for sure. One issue with choosing a name was probably the fact that I have a ton of other trans masked friends. So it was a series of, ooh, what about never mind, that's his name? I mean, if it felt right though, it matching happens sometimes. Some names are more common than others. It just is that way. I have friends who are named Brian, you know? It's not like one of us felt like we had to change our name at that point. But eventually your real name, the one that feels right for you, will come to you, and that's the lovely part of it, is when it clicks, it really clicks. So the blonde looks good, but I'm digging the natural look. It's been a long time, Molly J, since I've had dark hair. So it is kind of neat to go back to it. I kind of want to get it short, even shorter than this again, and just like style it different. But Your emotes are so blonde. Some of them, yeah, it's really funny. We were talking about that the other stream about how if you look at my emotes, it will show you like what era that emote was made in, essentially. My hair has gone through so many changes. I used to have the blonde strip of hair like in the front here. That was like when I had the side part going. I used to be fully blonde and way more short haired with the side part. We moved to the middle part with like just the ombre type look when I let the roots grow out over the quarantine and shit. And it's been wild. It's so funny the work Slade's had to do to like accommodate for my hair. Don't let the trans name trope make you feel scared to choose certain names. It's just a dumb thing that people do to be hurtful. Nobody says this stuff about guys named Dave. Exactly, Mila. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Like 100%. 100% that's the case. Like, no one gets to make that decision or add value to a name except for you. If you are someone who goes, hey, I know David is a pretty basic name, but I want to go by Dave, you're fucking Dave, dude. That's cool. That's awesome. Your name is Dave now. I love that. The streak, classic look. Oh my God. A bygone era, right? Felix just climbed in my mom's puzzle box. I love hearing about all the mischief Felix gets into. Yeah. Didn't hear what you said about the hair. My internet disconnected. It's all good. It's just, I appreciate the compliment, basically. And it's funny to reminisce about all the changes my hair's gone through over the years. So, yeah. You need rogue bangs? I've thought about doing stuff like, I've thought about doing, like, really femme-looking bangs or something at some point. I think it would be fun. I haven't done something like that in a while. Would you dye it again? I'm thinking about eventually if Ethan ever like freaking bucks up and does like the white hair or whatever he was gonna do. I might try to go platinum like my original plan. Have to make sure that all the big YouTubers we all line up at the same time. Because that's the way it works, Once one of us dyes our hair, then it's like the domino effect. Oh, Mark's back in his red era. Sean's back in his green. Ethan's in his blue. Like we have to coordinate that so that we can change the meta. Because everything that you see online is scripted, guys. All right, none of us is actually original or spontaneous. We scripted what's trending on the internet. We've hacked the system. This is why we're where we're at. No, I'm thinking about maybe doing like platinum at some point. It would look so cool. I hope so. I liked when I got to be blonde. I mean, that was fun, but I think it would be kind of neat to go platinum. I know that Ethan is genuinely trying. I know a lot of people feel let down that like he hasn't gone white hair yet, but I was just on the phone with him the other day, and he was saying that he's probably going to be, once he can figure it out, he's going to go white for sure. He is looking into it and trying to work it out. Power Rangers, but with hair, yeah. Oh my gosh, lavender. The issue with hair dye itself. So the reason I almost always default to blonde is naturally, blonde is just not. It's like a total difference from my natural hair color. It's like the inverse of it almost. And I tried to a long time ago. The internet is scripted. It is. A long time ago, some of you might remember for a charity incentive when I first originally went blonde and did the like shaka blonde in my hair type of thing. I tried to make like purple in my hair, and the purple kind of blended in a lot. It ended up being like more of a dark red. And then I shower so often because I've just naturally very oily hair, and if I don't shower, it's gross how oily it gets. Like I have the stereotypical mega like oily Asian hair. And because I have to shower so often, that the hair dye normally does not stick for very long. It will be in there for a little bit, but at some point it will just get washed out. So don't know if I'm gonna actually ever like blonde or go beyond like blonde and do like an actual hair dye again, but who knows? The world is our oyster. So yeah. My hair is the same length as your hair, but more curly. Been thinking to dye it just an inch or two in the ends. Yeah, I mean, that's really fun to do. Like, I when I had the ombre look where like half of my hair was blonde still and then half of it was natural, that was an accident. We didn't originally, I was like fully blonde, and then because of the quarantine, I didn't feel safe going out to get like a haircut or anything like that, and then like touching it up or anything. I just fell into a depression hole. You guys know everything that happened with like Plinko, and then just 2020, 2021, not great years for Morgan or I. So I just sort of let it grow out naturally, and it ended up like naturally looking like kind of a nice ombre, which I thought was cool. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, yeah, it's if you do it yourself and intentionally do an ombre, it's still a kick-ass look. Bring back frosted tips. Oh God, the 2000s, right? Have you looked into color-safe shampoos and conditioners? We have a few. We actually have a few at our disposal. It's just the problem with them is, again, like I need certain hair care for this hair. Like it just gets really oily and gross. And a lot of the times with those sort of color safe ones, they don't really quite do enough of the cleansing that I need while also keeping the colors safe. So obviously Morgan and I have done this for years now, done a lot of research into it, and it's just very hard to make it work. So we'll see. But again, I'm not really big into the idea of doing like 2016 YouTuber dyed hair again. But the blonde felt like nice. I don't know what it is about it. I just like the blonde a little bit more than any of the other colors or anything like that. We had a family friend who went platinum. She didn't have a good hairdresser though because her hair started to fall out. Yeah, you got to be real careful with bleach. If you bleach your hair, and especially if you have dark hair, please read the instructions. Don't leave it in too long. Don't go back too soon for your next session to lift it more. It will truly fuck up your hair. It's really not, that hairdresser is not good at their job if they didn't know the proper precaution, because every single time I've put bleach into my hair, it's been at home. Morgan and I use at-home bleach kits, and we've never messed it up. I've never had any issues with my hair, getting like fried or falling out or anything like that. And who are we? We're just two regular people at home trying it out and just following instructions and doing our research the proper way. It really isn't that hard. Just got to be safe about it. Color safe shampoos make my hair feel weird. Yeah, I have a couple of them that I've tried, like I said, over the years, and they're just like not super great for my hair particularly. There's like some weird buildup and shit that will happen sometimes. Oily hair is the worst. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. It really causes like a lot of the like acne breakouts up here, which is like awful. So I also have very oily hair, and the stuff I use is phenomenal if you ever want to try it. Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things where like we've definitely tried. It's not like this is like me needing to be educated because we're like rookies with it or anything. I'm sure the product that you use is working great for you, which is fantastic. But like we've wasted so much money on so many different shampoos over the years. But yeah, again, I'm not gonna probably ever dye my hair like a certain color. I mean, I don't have any future plans to do it like immediately anyway. Like I said, if I do it, it's just gonna be going blonde, and that's it. It's not always on the hairstylist. Not everything is in their control. It's all calculated risk. That's also true. You as the person have to have, like the customer, you do have to have reasonable expectations. Yeah. But there has been a rise in damaged hair from salons. That is unfortunate. I think it's because there's just so many people like in this, like, it's the fucking pandemic. I'm going to get a tattoo. I'm going to like dye my hair. I'm going to do something that like people just jump into it without also knowing their own hair well enough. And like probably a lot of burnout on the salon's ends of things where they're like, God damn, this is like my 90th hair appointment this like week. It's probably hard. You know, you can't have a 100% success rate on all of it. Amanda, have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Mazrataz, thank you for 8-month resub. Damn. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you for sticking around so long. Thank you so much. I relate so much. My hair needs more care since it's very hot out here in my country. At the same time, I need to find stuff to clean my hair and not damage it more. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where people often forget, I think, that like everyone has a unique, like much like skincare, like your skin, like chemically is going to be differing between each of you. Your hair is the same way. There is chemistry involved. There is like different factors, different things that something that might work for someone of a certain hair type might not work for the next person, even if they have the same hair type, just because chemically from your scalp, from your roots, from your, hair follicles, whatever, a lot of that can affect like little things here and there. So again, it's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of research. Hair care is like hard as fuck, honestly. It's like very bizarre. So those of you experimenting with your hair, though, have fun with it. Have a good time. Just be safe. Do your research, like I said. I personally do not have any near future plans to dye my hair, but maybe to bleach it again. Like I said, I wouldn't mind doing a bleach job on it again. It's kind of fun. Most people don't research beforehand when getting their hair dyed, DIY or professionally. Exactly, Yasmin. Like, there are so many people out there. Like, again, some of it, that onus does fall on the customer as well. Like, if you can't just go to a salon and go lift my hair. Because then they're going to go, okay, well, how much? And, like, how quick do you want this done? And if there's someone who's really pushy and the hairdresser's like, don't do that. And someone Karen's out at them, like, that's kind of, that responsibility falls on the customer a little bit as well. Shaving your head can be fun. I did it last semester. Very nice. My friend, Bloody Faster, those of you who know my friend Bloody Faster, Eleni, beautiful, wonderful person. One of the kindest people in my life. I'm so appreciative to have her in my life. She shaved her head recently. And well, not recently anymore. I think she's had it shaved for like a year and a half now. But she wears like a lot of wigs, and she has let it grow out like a little bit here and there, and will do like occasionally like a short hair photo shoot or whatever. But she really rocks it. And she's been having a blast with it, which is really cool. Like, sometimes wigs are fun too, or sometimes just having short hair is fun. Sometimes that big drastic change is all the change you need in life to look at things from a different perspective. So, yeah. Too chicken shit to dye my hair? That's okay. I mean, I don't call that chicken shit. We all have our limits and our comfort levels, and should never beat yourself up over those types of things. There's people that I know who are like, I really want a tattoo, and have been talking about it for like 10 years and have never gotten one. They just want to make sure that it's the right thing for them, and they're taking it at their own pace. I've been debating continuing the black hair I've been doing, but like adding bright green somehow, maybe frost my hair with it. That'd be kind of dope. That'd be cool. Or you could, with a black and green motif would be like Shigo, right? That'd be like very Kim Possible of you. Very Shigo from Kim Possible. Shaving your head is so freeing, not gonna lie. I love my shaved head. Yeah, I know a lot of people who've given it a try, and like they just like, fuck, it's a power move. It's kind of fucking kick-ass. I was just thinking about shaving my head last night. Thank goodness I was too tired, because I know it would look bad if I did it myself. I mean, again, it's one of those things, you can DIY that pretty easily. Just do your research, because yeah, there are ways to do it wrong and have it turn out not looking great. Just, again, do your research. The beautiful thing about the internet now is Google is so advanced, you can literally type in how to shave head so it looks good into Google, and Google will spit out 5,000 results for you, and you'll be able to like do your own research. Or you can like watch YouTube tutorial videos. Like, I didn't have that when I was a kid. It's really cool to see like the way that the internet's changed, like at-home tutorial DIY stuff, and we're able to share this knowledge so well, so that you can do anything. Like the other day I was editing a YouTube video, and there was like this certain type of the newest one up. If you use the YouTube command, you can go watch the newest YouTube video on my channel. Gotta breathe some life back into that channel, just because I do want to. I'm gonna try to start making YouTube videos a little bit more frequently. Rune, so nice to see you, by the way. So good to see you. Hello, hi. Again, a little bit lower energy tonight for those of you just joining in, just due to the fact that I'm dealing with the booster side effects, but it's nice. It's been nice talking to everyone here tonight. Can't believe it's almost been an hour already. You guys are great. But there was a certain edit that I had always wanted to do, and I just like never looked it up how to do it before. And I was like, well, how do you do this? And I looked up a YouTube video, and I learned how to do the edit in like 30 seconds. And I was like, okay, this is great. This is fun. This is neat. And that's like the sort of the world we have at our fingertips now, which I think is really, really cool. So yeah. I've had short hair before. It makes me feel awful, but I'm still so curious about shaving my head. Well, it's one of those things, you like weigh the pros and cons of that. No one should be pressuring you into that. You know, obviously you get to figure it out at your own pace. And regardless of what decision you make in it, if it's right for you, it's right for you. It's been so long since I've been to a stream. I miss it. Well, Molly J, it's nice to have you here again. Seriously, I really hope that you've been well. And it's just, again, it's super nice to have people to vibe with while I'm dealing with just sleepy Logie brain right now. Like, I just really, like, man, I think the biggest thing besides just being sore all over from this booster for me is just the fact that, like, my brain feels like it's in a stew right now. Like, I'm not thinking it is taking me, I took a shower earlier today, and I was just so out of it. It took, like, 5 times as long as it normally takes for me to take a shower. I was in the shower long enough that we ran out of hot water. Because I was like just moving. It felt like I was just in slow motion the entire time. My kids are always, what if this or that or the other? Google saves my ass. Yeah, exactly. So like, what a nice thing to have as a parent, because you can just Google something real quick and be like, well, here's the realistic thing. Or you can like be like, no one knows quite yet. So, you know, it's something maybe we'll find out in our lifetimes together or something. I don't know because I remember being like an obnoxious kid and asking my parents, why does this happen? But why? But why? But why? And my parents didn't have Google to lean on and be like, here's the quick answer. Do you like how much attention it gives you in public? What do you think about it? I don't think it really gives me that much attention. I think dyed hair, at least here in America, is it's not fully destigmatized yet, but it's way more destigmatized than it was like even 10 years ago. So it's not something that gives me a lot of attention in like any sort of way. Sometimes people will be like, hey, I like your hair. But outside of that, like dyed hair is so common in America. When Morgan and I go out shopping, it's like probably 1 out of every 10 people we see have dyed hair. And we only live in like a medium-sized city. Even if it's just people like bleaching their hair, you know. Dude, that was me yesterday. I was trying to log on to see my new schedule for work. Took me a solid full minute to remember my employee number that I've memorized for a full year. Sometimes their brains fart out, you know. Oh, I at one point want to do white hair. I think I could rock a brown white style. Hell yeah, Rune. Get it. Now that's like I think it was bringing up earlier, like Rogue from X-Men. It's like very Rogue from X-Men. Spicy Man, yo, what's up? Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well. It's so nice to have you here. Get glared at by some people, but I get so many compliments. I think anyone who like judges people on dyed hair now is a fucking weirdo. Like that, like way to be from like 1994, you fucking weirdo. I've had hair bright blue for almost 2 years and have never had a negative comment about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not a thing that people like really point out very much anymore. At least here in the States, here in North America, except if you're in very specific, backwards, conservative, slow to develop and progress areas, I guess. Depends where in America too. Yeah, exactly. Love complimenting people on their awesome hair colors. Me too. Morgan and I, if we see someone like in an outfit we like or their hair looks cool, like Morgan will very frequently, especially, be like, "Hey, I really like your hair. I really like your like shirt or whatever." You know, let people know that they look cool. When we were teens, it was seen as bad. Exactly. That's why I'm like, way to have such a backwards fucking view of like the world, you know. I really want pink hair. It's such a nice hair color. Yeah, pink hair is cool. There was a brief moment I thought about doing like some pink in my hair or something. I love pink. So It's always people like 50 and over who glare, which is hilarious because my siblings, me and my mom, all have bright colored hair. Yeah, they can, exactly, Wallowy. They can stay mad, basically. It doesn't affect them in any kind of way. Stay mad. Die mad, you know? Like, what else can we say to those people except that? Like, shut up. It's not your hair, weirdo. My sister, who's about 10 years older than me, has dyed her hair bright pink. Do what you want. Be happy. Exactly. At some point, like I've been saying in recent streams, we all return to dust. Do what makes you feel good. You know, as long as it's not hurting you, it's not hurting other people. Do things that are fun for you. Go wild. Have bubblegum pink hair. Do your thing. Cosplay. Play video games that you want to. Watch movies you want to. Pursue hobbies that you want to. Do your thing. You guys are kicking ass. All right? So, unnatural hair, honestly, makes me feel more like myself. Hell yeah. Brian, pink hair would look great, would it? It depends on what shade of pink, I think, too. So, like, I mean, you guys know me. Like, I'm very... Morgan makes fun of me anytime we, like, go clothes shopping together and, like, the, like, dresses and skirts and stuff I pick out and, like, tops and whatever. She always is like, you're such, like, your style is, like, such a preppy, like, girl. Because I love, like, bubblegum pink. I don't know, I love it. My grandma's hair is turning platinum, and she puts pink highlights in it. She's literally the most beautiful person I know. Oh, she gets so many compliments on it. It makes me so happy. That's so cute. I fucking love that. I love that a lot. So, I love that a ton. That's something too, right? You don't have to worry about, like, fucking up your hair with, like, bleach if you just wait long enough. A lot of us are going to go gray or white eventually with our hair color, naturally. There you go. Boom. Free template to, like, mess around. I love seeing older people who embrace that sort of just outside the box thinking, doing, like, who haven't lost that, like, inner child that, like, makes them approach life with this joy and this passion and wanting to always just, like, you know, connect with that inner kid a little bit. So, yeah. You don't want to come off as creepy with public compliments? I don't know. I don't know. It's just, that's like an anxiety thing. Brian, pastels. I love pastels. I think pastels, like, I like pastel colors on me. Again, I don't think I'm ever going to, like, dye my hair again, but I might, like, bleach my hair again. But I'll wear a lot of pink. I'll wear a lot of pastels. You guys will see me in more Girbeagly cosplay very soon here. I don't know. Yeah, Rune, that's like a personal thing, right? That's like a very, like, social anxiety thing. I don't feel that it ever comes across as creepy. Like, a lot of the times, like, what we'll do is we'll wait until there's, like, a natural, like, conversation starter. So, like, if we're, I don't know, Morgan just does it. She's so natural at it. And I think that just from, like, a gender perspective as well, sometimes, obviously, like, you know, it's one of those things where, like, knowing the social dynamic between you and the other person, like, if I was like walking down the sidewalk at night, I would not, like, approach, like, a woman from behind and be like, I really like your hair. That would be the fucking creepiest thing in the world, right? But, like, when we were in LA, for instance, Morgan saw this girl with, like, hair that she liked on the up escalator while we were going down the down escalator. And Morgan was like, I really like your hair. And, like, that was it. And she was like, thanks so much. And it was, like, really cute. You, like, very, like, public, very, like, neutral setting type of thing. But like, a lot of the times, a lot of the compliments that are passed back and forth will be, like, with a cashier or something. You know, you're at the store and the cashier is wearing, like, a cool pin or something. And you're like, hey, I really like your pin, by the way. Like, that's, like, an easy sort of natural way to do it if you want to get, like, used to giving out those types of compliments. So, yeah. Can't ask for ketchup at a restaurant, but if I see pretty hair, I must hype up a bit. Yeah, again, like, that's really up to your own comfort levels and, like, the situation, the environment, and the scenario. Yeah, you can just be like, oh shit, your hair is so cute. Exactly once. That's a great way to do it. Like, damn, I like the way that your hair looks. That's cool. Your hairstyle is really cool. Like, it doesn't have to be anything like overbearing or anything. Mostly the ladies in my area, they are really coming out of the southern bubble, and it makes me like my town more. I love that. I love hearing about that because, yeah, I know that we have had a lot of conversations over the years about the South. And as someone who also used to live down that way, granted, it was like East Coast South, which is so different than like, you know, South. But when I lived in Florida, like, yeah, there was a lot of conservative thinking and stuff about like different hair colors and style and whatever. That weirdo, hello, hi. You're at work again? I hope that the work shift is going well for you. Peyton, hello. It's so nice to see you as always. Hope that you're doing okay. I'm personally out of it, very tired, very like, again, my brain feels like it's boiling in a stew at the moment just due to the fact that I had my booster shot recently, yesterday. So if I'm just like a little bit slower to reply to people or like I've not been able to read every message, even though chat hasn't been super fast tonight, I'm just sort of, this booster's taken me out, but I wanted to hang out with people that I knew would bring me a lot of comfort and we'd be able to just vibe together. Love going to a craft supply store near me and seeing all the GNC employees. It gives me life, and I try to compliment my cashier every time. That's so sweet. That's really, really nice. I think especially like when you see people working their jobs in public, like they don't expect that kind of thing because obviously they've had to deal with like a lot of shitty customers all day. So given that little like compliment, that little pick me up is almost always like seen as something that's like really nice compared to a lot of what they probably hear day to day. So be nice to your retail workers, be nice to your service workers, be nice to everyone. You know, anyone who's like on the job. You know, I remember working like retail and having people be like, "Hey, I like your shirt" or something, and being like, "Oh, that's nice." I look a little flushed. Oh my gosh, yeah. Make sure you both hydrate. Yeah, we have been chugging water. We have been chugging sports drinks. We have been trying to nap on and off here. We're both very sore and tired. I had a terrible chills last night, so I couldn't get to bed until 9 a.m. and I slept till 6 p.m. So pretty much a huge waste of the day, but you know, small price to pay to feel safer and to keep other people safer as well with the booster. So, yeah. Never felt disengaged with the stream. That's nice of you. Thank you. I'm glad that you're having a good time here, J-Rix. Yo, Morning Stars Moon. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Had someone try to get my attention to compliment my bag, and I felt so bad because I had just clocked out of work. So it was in the I'm not, ma'am, miss, I don't know anything brain space and ignored her. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, listen, anytime I'm like, I've had something similar happen where I'm trying to get the attention of someone who's either at their job or leaving their job or something. I'm like, their brain is probably fried from doing work all day. So I'm sure that if they were a reasonable person who was like trying to be kind to begin with, they probably thought of it the same way of like, oh, you know, she's probably feeling like a little bit just like tired or is just a little bit out of it from work. Always spread kindness whenever you can, for sure. It's one of those things, do no harm, take no shit, right? You're allowed to stick up for yourself and set your boundaries and tell people to fuck themselves if they're being jerks. But in the meantime, do what you can to uplift instead of tear down, right? Just popping by playing Legends Arceus right now, and it has consumed me. I've watched a little bit of it. I'm so excited to pick it up eventually, but I was just explaining to chat here, Lucky Lavender, that I can't pick it up right away because I have to force myself to beat Brilliant Diamond. I still haven't beaten Brilliant Diamond, so if I just keep adding to my Switch backlog, it's a nightmare for me. Good news, I started booking/planning my trip to see my long-distance partner in March. This will be my first trip alone, so I'm both excited and nervous. Also hope you feel better. The booster hit me a bit too, but it's so worth it. 100% worth it. That's so wonderful to hear that you got to book and plan that trip, though. I hope that both of you have a wonderful time, and I really do hope that everything works out for you. You're able to have like a good, safe time together. And also that peace of mind that comes from being boosted is like really good. My favorite thing is finding someone that also has a super long last name. Yeah? That's a fun thing to bond over. I used to love, and by love, I say that very sarcastically. I just don't have the energy to to say it in a way that sounds sincere. But growing up, those of you who don't know, my last name is Long. And the fucking dad joke, like every day of my life, from my peers, from, you know, like adults I would meet, through my parents at like functions I had to go to for them. Haha, your last name's Long? Well, that's not very long, is it? All the fucking time. I hope all of those people are incredibly unhappy now. I'm going to love Legends Arceus. From what I've seen, it's so fun looking, and it's such a fresh breath of air for the Pokemon series, because it's such a different format, but it still keeps enough of the familiarity and everything from like the past games and the universe and the lore and everything. I love that. I really think that's cool. I'm very, very excited to play it. From what I've watched of friends playing it, it looks like a blast. People said that it's like very much one of those things that like it's. My brain just went to fucking outer space. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? What was I even saying? Oh yeah, I've heard it's like very messy, but it's very good. It's like one of the best entries in the series so far. Still soft resetting Brilliant Diamond. Oh my god, you shiny hunters! I soft reset like maybe 100 times. Didn't get a shiny starter and went. I want to play this game. I actually want to play this game. I'll find inevitably I'll find a shiny in the wild. So I'll find that then. I don't need to find the shiny starters. I don't need those bragging rights. No one will actually give a shit. For me, personally. If that's something that brings you joy, though, please freaking do it. I won't lie. There was a moment after I bought Brilliant Diamond, or I got Brilliant Diamond, that I was like, what if I am crazy enough to try to get an entirely shiny roster? And then I looked up the odds on pulling a shiny for a starter, and then the odds for catching shinies in the game, and I was like, yeah, I don't care to do that. If I played the game for 120 hours and like 90 of those hours are me resetting the game or shiny hunting, that's not me playing the game anymore. So I'm not doing that. I'm just playing it for fun right now, and naturally I'll probably catch a shiny as the game goes on. But those of you who love to shiny hunt, like I'm always impressed by people who want to like shiny hunt like that. So. Needs an update for the frame rate, but I'm ready to get it. Yeah, I've heard that like some of the graphics are a little bit sparse looking and sort of jaggy and whatnot, but it looks like a really fun game. I'm very excited for Arceus. Very excited to eventually play it. I might go out tomorrow if I'm feeling better and buy it, because there's also a new collection of Pokemon cards out as well that I want. The Leafeon and Glaceon V-Star boxes. I kind of want to buy those. Twitter told me yesterday to treat myself after I got my booster, because I was like obviously pushing through a phobia and had like a major panic attack over getting jabbed by the needle a third time. So I did, and I got here. Let me grab them quick. Again, guys, check your Barnes and Noble. Your Barnes and Nobles probably have these. They're very hard to find otherwise, but you guys know me. I'm a huge Eevee and Eeveelution fan. We got the Flareon VMAX Premium Collection with the Alt Art promo cards in it. We got the Vaporeon VMAX Premium Collection. And then you guys know, no real introduction needed. My boy Jolteon, my favorite. Look at that. Good Thunder Doggo right there. Cuties. So we'll open these eventually on stream. But I was like, you know what? I do deserve to treat myself after getting through that. Thanks for enabling me, Internet. I have not had money since buying a bunch of concert tickets. Well, I hope you have fun at your concerts at least. That's a fun thing to do. Hopefully they're all, putting good precautions in place so that you can stay nice and safe. Holy shit. Yeah, holy shit indeed, right? I can't believe I found them. Every time these go up on the Pokemon Center website, they sell out in like 2 minutes. Like not even a joke. I saw the Zekrom tag team at my GameStop yesterday when I picked up Legends. I wanted it so bad. Talking about this one? Or are you talking about this one? Oh, wait, they're the same thing. We have to open that. I also have the Reshiram one. The one that was the Walmart exclusive. The Pikachu Zekrom one's really cool. Morgan gifted it to me. It was very funny because Morgan gifted it to me for Christmas. And then my mom gifted it to me for Christmas. So I ended up getting 2, which is really cool. The Reshiram and Charizard GX one, that was really awesome. I got that. That was, like, really hard to find. How many do I have? Just those 2. Zekrom's based? Yeah, for sure. Zekrom's cool. Need to send a photo of my Pikachu page in my card binder. It gives me so much serotonin. I love that. Hell yeah. Toss that up on the Discord or something, you know? Sorry, guys. I had to put away the thing. By the way, guys, I was originally going to game tonight, but obviously I feel like shit. Ashley Roboto right now is doing a birthday stream, belated birthday stream, with a really good squad. I can't remember who's a part of it. It's like Ethan, Mika, Jordan, Chris, bunch of awesome people. I was originally invited to be a part of it, but I can't. I can barely just keep up with chat. I can't imagine trying to keep up with chat, a game, and a Discord call at the same time right now. So we didn't do that tonight. So sorry to anyone who was looking forward to more gameplay tonight or anything. We're just vibing. What the fuck? My mic. Why did that just fall off? This thing that holds my mic on, my part of my swing arm, my boom arm, just like one of the screws came out. You enjoyed the vibes? I figured, so I haven't done a just chatting stream in like such a long time, so I wanted to make sure that we could do one. Stop breaking things. It's hard. I don't have control over my brain right now. The booster really fucking took me out, guys. I won't lie. Again, though, totally worth. I don't want to discourage anyone from getting this. This is something that helps people, you know? Do your thing to help people. Stinky came to haunt you? Guys, I hate to say this. I don't actually believe in Stinky. Oh my god, what is... Why is it doing this?
Lesbian?
Wait, fuck.
The other L word. Lesbians?
I say that and then my mic breaks more. Maybe I'm being haunted after all, damn. Oh my gosh, Kai, thank you so much. Kai, the YouTube fan, thank you for gifting a sub to the Minty Bee. Thank you, Minty Bee. If you're here, make sure that you're saying thanks. Enjoy the emotes in the sub badge. You guys know me. I'm a super skeptic. I have to see that shit happen. I fully respect anyone who believes in that stuff, because who the hell nobody knows the answers to things, right? Everything that we've created as humans are, like, most of it's, like, fucking made up, right? It's, like, close approximations and guesses. So I don't disrespect that type of thinking. I'm just the type of person, I kind of have to see it happen, right? I'm very skeptical in that way. But I think it's cool shit. But yeah, Stinky seems like a convenient excuse for... What the fuck is going on with this right now? Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ. Who's Stinky? Stinky is the name of the ghost that Morgan she alleges that Stinky haunts her home and then causes, like, technical difficulties, equipment failures, whatever that we have. Why is it doing this to me? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna... Fucking... It was fine. How did this get so loose? Retrograde? I actually put a little bit more stock into that, right? Why is it doing this, man? You're gonna take Morgan's side? I mean, that's respectful. Or respectable, I should say. This is a fucking... This is a disaster. What happened? Time for a new boom arm? This is like an expensive boom arm. I bought this like last year. This is like the Rode P, whatever the fuck it's called. This is a very expensive boom arm. Shouldn't be doing this. All right, I think I'm good now. Was there a ghost uncle of Casper's named Stinky? Oh my god, in that ridiculous 2000s movie? Probably. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure one of the uncles is named Stinky. Ghost, if you're here, touch the Pokemon cards right now. Big reveal, I'm the ghost. Listen, I probably caused this myself some kind of way. Just because that's what happens sometimes. All right, there we go. I fixed it for now until it decides to inevitably be an issue again. All right, does it sound okay? That's all that matters, I guess, right? Stinky goes by Beetlejuice rules. Say his name 3 times. I think I've said it like 8 times at this point. And chat's definitely said it more, so... Can calm Stinky down? No... The fact that you assume that a mortal could somehow dictate the behavior of a ethereal being, right? Stinky broke the mic. That's a cult classic film. It is. It's also, though, the reason it's a cult classic is because people know it's flawed, but they love it anyway, right? It's a really weird movie. Can I keep you? That's one of the weirdest lines in movie history, in my opinion. And romances. 3 times in a row, it must be spoken unbroken. Are you a Dr. Seuss book now? We have dominion over this plane. So we can fuck them up. We say, return to your own dimension. Or I'll call the Ghostbusters. Ghost 100% realsies? I mean, I've shared my ghost story a million times here, so like I definitely want to believe in more. Here's the thing. I'm a full-on skeptic. But I am one of the people who like I have to witness it to believe it type of thing. It has to I have to experience it in some kind of way. So like I believe in ghosts in the sense of I had a weird supernatural experience. I want to believe. Yeah. Can I keep you cringe? It was one of those like that line could only exist in the 2000s and like them get away with that. Right? It's one of those things where like I believe what I have seen and experienced because I haven't been able to reason away some of the things that I've seen and experienced. But when people have like their own ghost story or like, whoa, this happened and it's because of this, I'm like, that's cool that you experienced that, I guess. But like, I can't put like 100% stock into it, if that makes sense. Give us the deets, please. I want to know about your ghost experience. I could have sworn you've been around long enough, Wallowy Willowy. I am surprised you would have missed it because I've told this story. Oh God, I've probably told this story like 20, 25 times over the course of like my streaming career. So I think let me see here. Sorry, I had to check something. Little Girl on the Swing. Yeah, Little Girl on the Swing. I'm surprised if you haven't heard it. I mean, I've told this 1,000 times, so if people want to hear it again, I can tell it like super quick. Haven't heard the story? Okay. Yeah, how many people have not heard the story? Put a little like a gerb. I don't know. Put a Gerb in chat. Some sort of emote in chat. I don't even fucking care. I don't know what emotes we have anymore. My brain is gone. Hell yeah, I love this story. All right, that's enough people who haven't seen it, I guess. All right. By popular demand, here's my ghost story. When Morgan and I first started dating... Yo, Sport, thank you for the 2-month resub. Appreciate that a lot. I hope you're well. When Morgan and I first started dating, we lived in different cities because the university I was going to was the city over from Rochester. Those of you who don't know, Morgan and I met almost 14 years ago now on MySpace, the ancient original social media. And we started dating. I wouldn't call it long distance because it's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours between us at the time. But we started dating, and I would have to, like, after I got, like, my schoolwork done or my classes were done or whatever, I'd have to drive to Rochester to go see her if I wanted to see her. Or she'd have to come and visit me. Oh, God, MySpace? You know, say what you will about MySpace. MySpace had some some credentials, yo. MySpace taught me early HTML. I would not know how to code, basic HTML without MySpace, because you could use, those of you who don't know, you could change your layout, your page layout to look however you wanted with HTML. So it was kind of neat. Yeah, we were coding exactly once. So I don't dunk on MySpace for that. MySpace did get incredibly cringe at times, but that's just millennial culture. But for those of you who don't know, I used to be a musician. And at the time, the music project that I was a part of, which was a solo emo music project, which ironically was one of the more successful ones I was a part of, which was really cool. But Morgan and I started talking through MySpace, just sort of a little bit of flirtation back and forth. At first we started off as friends, and then we started flirting a little bit, and it was funny because in the beginning we both made it very clear. We're like, man, I had a lot of bad experiences with past relationships, so I'm not really looking for anything right now, but it's cool to know someone who has a lot of similar interests. And we did coding, and then most of us forgot it. That's true. We ended up being like, okay, you know what? With both of us not looking for something, we found each other, and now we've been together for almost 14 years, which is kind of amazing. Anyway, tangent aside. So I had to drive to go see Morgan whenever I wanted to see her. So we had been dating for a very short while at this point. And I was I think I had to leave campus. I had to do some assignment or something that didn't have me leaving campus until 10 at night or something. Was that a whoop I heard? Yeah, in the background song. So I drove from my campus to Morgan's place, and it wasn't until a little bit around after midnight that I arrived at her parents' house. And her parents' house is situated on the lake. And Lake Ontario in Rochester it's huge. It spans a large part of the coast of the greater Rochester area. And in their yard, in her parents' yard, there used to be this old wooden swing set that was Morgan's when she was a kid. And, again, this was midnight. It was way too late for kids to be out or anything like that. A lake ripe for ghosts, yeah. And I pulled up, and my headlights illuminated the swing set. And again, this is me full-on skeptic mode. Especially back then, I was even more of a skeptic, I think. But I roll up, my headlights illuminate the swing set, and there's a little girl in this little white dress swinging back and forth. She probably was like, she looked like she was maybe like 7 years old, 8 years old, something like that. Kara Eastman, hello, hi. And I was like, immediately, I was like really fucking confused. I was like, why is there a little girl unattended in Morgan's parents' yard swinging on a swing set? Starting to sound like a horror movie. There was a moment I thought I was in one. Did I come into a ghost story? Yeah, sharing the one ghost story that I have, pretty much. So I got out of the car, and without thinking, because I was just like, why is there a fucking child in Morgan's parents' yard right now? And I got out of the car, and I was like, hey, little girl. Like, I was like standing in the car door. And I was like, what are you doing? Not thinking, fully grown stranger yelling at a little girl, even if she, like, that would be scary to hear, especially in the dark, right? And I was like, what are you doing? And she looked at me and was like kind of panicked and jumped off the swing set and then started running away, running towards Morgan's parents' house. And again, Morgan's parents' house is situated on the lake, but they have a yard from the back of the house leading up to the edge of the lake. And you can see it. It's completely clear. There's no like trees. There's no obstacles. There's nothing like that. It's just pure grass. It would take like a full-grown person probably, like if I was sprinting full speed, it would probably take me like 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds to like run off the edge of like their yard into the water that their house is situated on. And so this little girl took off towards their house. And me, again, not thinking, because I was like, oh my God, what if she... Like, it was out of concern. I was like, what if she falls into the water? Because it's dark. What if she runs into the lake and, like, something horrible happens? Started chasing after her. Again, obviously, from the perspective of a child, that would have been fucking horrifying. So, I was only thinking, from my perspective, I wasn't thinking of, like, maybe I should have like handled this differently. But she was already running when I had been like, hey, what are you doing? Started sprinting. And I was like pretty much like right behind her. And she turned the corner around that back of the house and like was out of my sight for half a second. Like I was literally steps behind her. And I turned the corner. And again, there's nothing to hide. There's not like a place like you could like duck under or anything to hide behind. Just straight up just a flat yard in Morgan's parents' house, leading up to the water. And there was no way she would have been fast enough with me right behind her unless she was running in a straight line. And even if she was running in a straight line, to have reached the water. So... what happened was she turned the corner, and me being a step behind her, turned the corner as well. Nothing. No one. She was gone. Completely had disappeared. And I like walked around, like super confused. I ran to the edge of the water, which again took me like 10 more seconds to get there. And I was like, did I like misjudge the fucking distance that we were apart? And I was like, no, I was like right there. Like if I had reached out, I probably could have like grabbed her if I had wanted to. But obviously I knew well enough not to do that. But she was just completely fucking gone. And I checked, like I looked, like I shone like my phone light into the water to make sure like there wasn't any sign of like anything. There was nothing at all. Obviously, again, having been right behind her, there would have been no way she would have reached the water without me seeing her run towards it. She had just disappeared around the corner of the house. And it wasn't like she had kept going and gone around the other corner. Again, I was a step behind her. So, I went inside. What if she grabbed your arm from in the water? I wouldn't be here right now. I would have died. If not from the curse of whatever ghostly presence she had, but from a heart attack. How are you scared of horror games when you live through one? I mean, it wasn't scary. It was just weird. I was like, am I just too tired from school? Like, did I imagine this? So obviously, like, yeah, you could explain it away from the perspective of a skeptic. I was like, maybe I'm just like too fucking tired, man. Maybe I'm like having a mental break. What's going on? And so I went inside and I was like kind of just like really out of it and like clearly shocked. And I explained what happened to Morgan. And there's more. Yeah, there's more to this. But I was like, oh my fucking God, I am not sure what happened. And Morgan was like, wow, that's really crazy that you saw that. Just kind of confused. The next day, could have gotten ghost snapped? Nah. I was concerned about a child. I was like concerned as to why she was out there without her parents at that hour, in someone else's yard. So there's a place in New York, in central New York state, called Lilydale, which is the one of the oldest and one of the largest communities of psychics, mediums, tarot readers, spiritualists, etc. It's existed for a very long time. It was founded by a lot of influential people within the spirituality movement. It's like a mecca for a lot of the people within that community. They will move there and live in this closed community that's sometimes open to the public so that you can go and, like have, cards read for you or have like a medium reach out to you or something. Sign up for like some sort of spiritual session. And Morgan was like a huge fan of this place. Her family's big fans of this place. I had never been. And I was like, oh, sure. Like obviously I don't believe in this shit, but like I want to experience it. I think it's cool. I think it's neat to like learn about it at the very least. I like to see how people do this stuff. It's like really, really neat. So we went there. And while we were there, and keep in mind, this is like the next day, we were sitting in a crowd. And one of the women up at the front of like the stage was giving like a reading of someone else in the audience. She had been like, there's someone coming through to me who, I think it has like the energy of like an uncle. Did your uncle pass away recently? And she was like nailing it. And the person in the audience was like, yeah, oh my God. And they were like really emotional. And all of a sudden she interrupted herself and she was like, I'm so sorry I have to do this, but like I'm being distracted right now. Like I have to do this right now. I have to stop my reading of you right now this second. And she shifted her gaze and she like looked at where we were sitting and she looked at Morgan and she was like, there's a little girl here who is like tugging at my dress, at like my skirt. And she is saying that she has been around you this whole time and that she's watching out for you. And she's like, she won't leave me alone. So I'm so sorry I had to interrupt this reading for this. And she like described her. She's like, yeah, she's wearing like this little white dress. And I remember like getting goosebumps all over and like turning like white as a sheet. And I was like, what the fuck? You hate this? Yeah, but it turned out that apparently she was some spirit that was like watching over in like a positive way. This is a sweet little girl, yeah. And again, that's a ghost experience I had that I like believe in because it happened to me. But outside of that, again, like I'm really not. I don't know. I'm very much a skeptic. I'm very much a skeptic about a lot of things that people tell me just because I'll be like, well, there's like probably a real world explanation for that. But when that type of shit happens to me, that was a moment where I was like, okay, maybe that shit was real. Maybe that was a real one. Oh, fucking God, So what if she comes back? Apparently she's around all the time, according to that woman. Is that she just hovers around us all the time and watches over us. You turned white as her dress? Yeah, I've never felt a chill like that run down my spine in my entire life. It was the weirdest, most surreal moment, I think. Because I was already like, I was already rationalizing and minimalizing, and I was like, I must have been exhausted. There's no way that was real. That girl that I was chasing after. There's no way that was real. I must have been so tired. My brain was playing tricks on me. My vision was playing tricks on me. It was all I kept thinking. And then that happened the next day, and I was like, oh, fuck. It's actually really nice. It was kind of, it was a little bit comforting at the end of the day. Yo, what's up? Hey, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you here. So, Brian screams at and chases child guardian angel. I kind of did, right? Once. I kind of was like, I like chased her away. That's actually really funny. Way to look at it. Say hi to her for me. I mean, if she's around, hi. If you're around, I guess. I don't know. Are you the one fucking with my mic stand? What the hell? Leave it alone. I paid too much money for this goddamn thing for you to mess it up. All right. So that's a ghost story for those of you who have never heard it before. I think it's actually a really positive one. So, what, did you get the nice ghost? I don't know. Maybe I'm a nice enough person, right? Name her Sadako. Get out of here. Oh my god. Not Sadako. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, as I've gotten older, I don't know, I believe in, like, malicious spirits less and less, just because I don't know, I don't care to acknowledge that they exist. Excuse me. But, see, you guys, I knew this was going to happen. There's so many people, there's going to be people who are going to be telling me their ghost stories, and I appreciate that you're sharing them. They're cool. They didn't happen to me, though, so it's very hard for me to, like, put stock into much of them. I think it's cool that people, and again, like, no one, I'm not entitled to people believing my story either. It's just one that, like, multiple people can corroborate, which is really fucking weird at the end of the day, you know? Not worth being scared of them. You waste your time and energy. Right, that's the other thing. Like, what the hell can you do about it? Just tell them to leave you alone. If I've learned anything from Morgan, it's like, all you do is you tell them to leave you alone, and then you go about your day, and you do what you can. So, that's that. Wait for Morgan's stream to talk about my ghost story. Yeah, I mean, Morgan's community is all about talking about that kind of stuff. If you guys haven't stopped by if you guys don't know Morgan's community, you never dropped by one of her streams, she does spirituality stuff. You know, she reads tarot cards, oracle cards, talks about spirits, talks about deities, things like that. It's really cool. I've been loving learning more and more about it from her over the years. It's been really neat. But it's just one of those things, like, it doesn't align with my personal beliefs, so, like, we'll talk about this stuff now and then, but, like, it's not ever going to become, like, let's just talk about this the whole stream, because I don't put enough stock in it from my personal perspective. That said, I think that it's really cool to learn about, and I think that there's a lot of practicality in spirituality. I think that it's very, very neat that a lot of it is based around, like, basics, like, psychology principles of how to, like, re-examine your life from a different perspective. Sometimes you just need that reminder that says, hey, maybe focus on this more than this other thing, and you can get yourself out of this rut you're in or something. I like that about it a lot. I think that that's a neat thing, for sure. So, wonder if I have a guardian angel ghost. Only experiences I've had have been, like, around older relatives. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. New topic, a loco moco. Psychology is so interesting. It is. I'm glad to see that it's, like, evolving a little bit more, and as much work as we need to, like, obviously destigmatize more and more of psychology and mental health and things like that. It is nice to see the progress that we've made over the years. That's for sure. Just as someone, even from the time it was a short, I guess not that short. I guess it was like 20 something years ago. Holy fuck. No, not 20 something. Wait, I can't even do math. This is where my vaccine brain went. I was a child. I was Doogie Howser of psychology. It's like 12, 13 years ago, something like that. I was doing psychology as a psych counselor, for those who don't know. And we've made a lot of progress even since then, which I think is awesome. What's math? I haven't taken that in years. Ghosts aren't scary. People are, right? Yeah, there's way more, like, that's the way I think about it too once, is like at the end of the day, even if there are ghosts, they do not fucking affect my life enough to the degree that real people do, and the real world issues that are happening in the now and the present, you know, like that we should be dealing with as a society. Like there are fucking big issues with like the economy and society and so many intersectional causes right now that we should be using our time and our effort into trying to mitigate and trying to remedy as much as we can. Much more than any sort of other things floating around. So yeah. I went ghost hunting for the first time once, and we went to Crybaby Bridge. My friend's pissing them off to get their attention. Oh, so your friend is a Phasmophobia player, I hear. I'm standing on the side. Don't go over the absolute danger and shit my friend went through that night because it is a lot, but in the pictures, I was the only one who appeared to have a white cloud around them. Interesting. Again, cool stories, guys. I do think that they're neat to hear. Here's something weird, right? So I don't believe in 99.9% of this stuff. But one of my favorite guilty pleasures is reading ghost stories, like the compilation books that you can buy at Barnes & Noble for like $8. I love those. I read those all the time. Just because I think there's a part of me that wants to believe, right? The idea of ghosts are fascinating, right? I guess there's, so if we're gonna like talk about ghosts from a practical standpoint that's not rooted in spirituality as much too, the way that I like to look at it, eat my ass, Stevens. Yo, what's up, Lav? Hello, hi, Brian Girbeagly, Lav Cavallari, Lav. Lav. That's what your content creator name is. Lav, it's good to see you. So I'm someone who's like very, very into physics. Like I took quantum physics for fun because I guess I'm that neurodivergent. But when you think about the principles of energy, right? It's my God-given name, as we all know. You were born a Lav, you shall die a Lav. Everything's composed of energy in the world. Kinetic, potential, everything like that. When we die, when our bodies stop functioning, theoretically, that energy doesn't just disappear. It disperses in some kind of way. It returns in some ways to the natural cycle of energy within the world. This can draw a parallel to the idea of like spiritual energy, but I'm talking about actual physical energy, potential, kinetic, etc. So, from a physics standpoint, what if what happens after we die is our energy, particles, waves, etc., still exist in some format that human beings have not yet mastered being able to observe properly? And as a result, that's where we think we see ghosts, and they take the form of human beings or shapes or roughly human shapes, things like that. I think that's fascinating. That's a fascinating approach, honestly, in my opinion. And if we ever, as human beings, figure that kind of thing out, and people go, hey, look, there really are ghosts, just not in the way that we used to think, just in a more practical way, I 100% would be behind the idea of that. I mean, I don't know everything. If I'm proven wrong about anything, even if it turns out to be a completely spiritual explanation, if like, you know, like, wow, yeah, there really is this mysticism behind the human spirit that ends up creating ghosts or after images or whatever, I think that's cool too. And if that's proven, sure, of course, I'm not so proud that I would go, oh no, that can't exist. I'd go, cool, I can't believe we have all this fucking evidence now that this actually is the way that it is. That's dope as hell. I love that. I love the idea of what we know as a race, as a species, constantly evolving. I think it's really, really cool. Time overlapping with itself, and we can see it sometimes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, quantum physics is so cool. There's so many different principles with time and space like that, that really just do a lot of really, really Cool stuff. For the sub redemption thing, I volunteer Felly Fu as a tribute. I know they said they were supporting you through Fan House. Did you use your points for it? Once you use your points, you can do that. And then I can definitely give it to Felly. It's pretty believable, especially since, like, animals are more attuned to certain things and often... Right. Like, so that actually, like, animals, yeah, it's been proven some species can operate, you know, along different spectrums of, like, color. They can or observe different spectrums of color or certain energies or whatever. Like, I think that's really, really neat. So that does kind of feed into it. So, yeah. So, still convinced Felix can see the ghost in our house. He consistently likes to stare into the hallway where we always saw her growing up. Oh. Yeah, I mean, so Morgan and I talk about that sometimes because Sig, obviously was Plinko's brother, and it just one of those things that every now and then he sort of stares off, and we like to think that it's Plinko revisiting. And that Sig can see him. And we've had a couple like really vivid dreams where we like to think of it as Plinko visiting us. You missed it earlier, Shakespeare. Oh shit! I wish. Okay, that's one thing that I wish that like the event viewer, outside of just the activity feed on the Twitch dashboard, would actually show me was like when people like redeem that. All right, so Felly. All right, cool. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me gift a sub to Felly. Thank you so much for doing that. That's a really generous thing for you to do, Sarah. Felly Foo? I hope I'm spelling this right. Probably not. Let me get the spelling from you. Here we go. I'm scrolling up to find it. Give me 1 second. Falaflu. All right. Watch this, guys. This should work now. Let's fucking go. It worked. Hell yeah.
He only likes her because she's old.
Thank you to me for gifting a sub to Falu. And by me, I mean thank you to Sarah for saving up enough freaking channel points to be able to do that. Really, really kind thing. Can dab into the abyss. Do people still unironically dab? Is that like a thing? Or is that like the cringe millennial thing now? I'm assuming it's like cringe millennial thing. One time I was home alone and he sat and stared up the stairs in the hallway for a full 10 minutes. Used to see shadows down the stairs and the lights there still worked. We don't see them anymore because we just have changed the bulbs, but Felix still looks in the exact same place. That's cute. Have you watched Naruto? Funny enough, I'm in like my third Naruto rewatch right now. I've been working out to it just because 90% of that show's shitty filler episodes. So I work out during the filler episodes, and then when it's the good episodes where there's like actual like good narrative progress in the show, then I get extra pumped up and get like extra good workouts during it. My favorite thing is being semi-sensitive to ghosts. Cool. I think that's it's a neat thing. Never unironically dab, but I do unironically nay. But okay, so here's the real question, guys. Brian screamed and chased the chat. Get out of here. Oh my fucking god. Anything like dabbing and the nay and the whip and shit like that, those are all, we all started doing those kind of ironically, right? Like a lot of those were just like, it's time to be, it's time to be goofy and silly and quirky, XD. I'm so weird, you know? I'm so quirky type of energy. And then you start doing it so often, ironically, that it becomes unironic. That's the way it is for phrases for me all the time. I do that shit all the time. Can't stop whipping. It started ironic, and now I just can't stop. I haven't whipped. I don't think I've actually whipped since back when Sophie used to whip at Ethan every day on Twitter. And I think I actually stopped after Sophie met me at a mall. Because for those of you who don't know, I actually live semi-close to Sophie, and I tweeted out, Morgan and I were visiting a mall in the neighboring city, and I was like, yeah, we're just at the mall, and I don't know why, I can't remember why I wrote it, and like Sophie came out like with her mom to like meet us, which was really nice, and then made me do the whip at Ethan. But I think that might have been the last time I actually whipped. Just watch the edits instead. That's fair. That's a time saver, honestly. It's mainly just because I'm already working out, so that's why I do that. I love the fact that I can come here and vibe for a few minutes to get my mind off work. Lots of sad stuff's happening in my facility. It's a good break from it. That weirdo, I'm so sorry to hear that you're dealing with some sad shit. Glad that we can be a place that's, like, you know, just chill. Something that you can just vibe with a bunch of people who care. That's the whole reason I'm streaming tonight. I probably would not have streamed if I didn't know that you guys would be chill and fun. Because I'm exhausted. This booster took Morgan and I the fuck out. I'm like sweaty and have the chills, and I'm starting to get a headache. Rune said it earlier. I'm looking kind of flushed. I'm just very out of it. My brain's been in fog all day long. So being able to hang out with a bunch of people I really look forward to hanging out with has been wonderful. Please whip right now. Or what? What's the threat? There's always a threat with you, Lev. Max, take care. Get some good rest. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you a ton. Hopefully, you know, maybe tomorrow, Saturday, I might do like a bonus stream if I'm feeling a little bit better. I think we're doing like a socially distanced thing with Morgan's family for her niece's birthday. So I can't guarantee that I'll be able to, but I might do like a little mini bonus stream or something tomorrow, since we didn't get to do much tonight except chat, and I didn't stream yesterday. Sunday, though, we're going to have the watch party again. Thank you so much to Amazon Prime Video for sponsoring me. We're going to be watching the first 3 episodes of The Legend of Vox Machina by the Critical Role crew, which is really cool. I've heard that it's pretty dope. I'm very excited to see it. We're going to have a very extensive content warning list, like we did for Invincible, though, because it's apparently very fucking intense. So, yeah. I will start crying and sobbing uncontrollably, and then I will write a twit longer. But what if I want to see that, though? Not the crying. What if I want to see the twit longer, though? I want to see what you come up with. What's up, Restless Owl? Welcome. Last semester of nursing school. Congrats to you. That is huge. That's wild. Congrats. Lev will sob and shit if you don't whip. I'm not in charge of Lev's shitting. That's a Lev thing. Okay? I'm not involved in that in any way, shape, or form, and I never hope to be. I will write awful, awful things. When do you not write awful, awful things? Like, since you were that person I knew was capable of always being more chaotic than you've always been in the community, Lav. But the moment you turned 18, I was like, this is going to get so much fucking worse, isn't it? And now every time you show up on my Twitter feed, I take psychic damage. I do. You're a little bit too powerful, if I'm going to be honest. Like, the power level has risen to a point where I don't know if anyone is capable of controlling it, or even trying to interact with it much without getting chopped in half by it. That's the way that I feel about you. You are a chaotic god, and I'm willing to admit that. Probably can't watch it then. I don't do well with intense gore. Animated isn't too bad, but the more exaggerated it is, the worse it gets. Yeah, it's got heavy language, a lot of gore, deals with a couple, I guess, you know, again, we'll have like a very extensive content warning thing, but it's definitely like the biggest thing about it is like, is the gore in it. And there's sex in there. Yeah. So those of you unfamiliar with Critical Role's first season of the actual tabletop game, they delved into some heavier topics at times. So again, please be aware that this is one of those shows that is intended for mature audiences. It's considered adult animation. So when we watch it, it's going to have an extensive content warning list, just like Invincible had. just exactly like Invincible had. It's going to be the same sort of flavor. The cool thing is the original cast is doing the voices. They have celebrities like David Tennant doing some of the additional voices. I'm very excited for it, actually. I'm like really, really excited because I didn't ever keep up with the first season of Critical Role, but apparently this show is very beginner friendly, and so it's going to have a lot of references that old-time fans will love, but also it's going to be like, oh, you missed all the world building and the lore that we did earlier? No problem. You can jump into this, like, you know, without having to worry about having to get caught up beforehand. So that's exciting. You know, God, Lev, I truly look forward to the content that you create. I'm very proud of you all the time. As psychically damaging some of that content on social media is. I checked as the dog die for the content list, but I don't know how correct it is. Does the dog die is normally very comprehensive and very accurate due to the fact that it's user submitted. So sometimes if a bunch of people are like, yes, this does happen in the show, someone will leave a clarifying comment on the site that's like, I can see why people thought that this happened, but it didn't happen this way specifically, and they'll like clarify it. And that's the thing that I like about Does the Dog Die as a website the most, I think, is it's very, very comprehensive, and it does a lot of clarifying of exactly what you need to look out for if you have a specific type of trigger. So yeah. I've never seen Lav and Loki in the same room. I mean, that's a pretty fair comparison, the god of mischief and some chaos. Yeah. My sister has been begging me to watch those with her. What, the Legend of Vox Machina or something else? Shut up. Excuse me. Rude language. We've never used that here. Felix just got in the puzzle box again. I'm not surprised. If a cat fits, it sits, you know? Speaking of Arcane, the Mandarin opening song is fire. The actual D&D sessions. Yeah. I haven't watched most of them, honestly, once. Farts and balls, god damn it. Arcane is amazing, by the way. I absolutely love Arcane. Arcane, my beloved, but also my beloved because my epileptic ass didn't look at a content warning list. Yeah. Anytime something's animated, I think it's just a good rule of thumb to assume that there's probably going to be some flashing in it. That's a medium that hasn't gotten much better at giving heads up about flashing lights. Although Invincible did have a content warning splash screen at the beginning that said there are some scenes with flashing lights. So if you have epilepsy, if you're sensitive, photosensitive, please be aware of it. So I liked to see that. So I'm assuming that Vox Machina might have a similar thing as well. So started watching Inside Job with my siblings. I really enjoy it. I actually don't know what that is. Even if Charmander doesn't fit, he said, yeah, that's Sig. Siggy is a big boy. He's a very large cat. I love my guy, but he's the size of a small dog. He's actually much larger than a small dog. He's the size of he's just the size of a dog. He's huge. He's like the biggest cat I've ever met in my life. And he still tries to sit into, we get so many PR packages here, and there will be a box that's clearly not big enough for him, like the size of a shoebox or something, and he'll still at some point try to wedge himself into it. So, yeah. Yeah, and Lucky Lavender, I think the reason that Arcane succeeded beyond just the League fandom, because honestly, as someone who used to play League, fuck that game, and I never want to touch it again. And this is coming from someone who is very competitive and enjoys PvP games. Something about the League community specifically is dog shit. But the lore and the universe building that they did in League of Legends is so good because a lot of the characters aren't just League-based. You don't need any prior knowledge of the League universe to appreciate a lot of the characters and the plot lines that are going on in it. It's generic and general enough that it still makes you care about all those characters while you're familiarizing yourself with iconic characters. Me personally, I was really happy to see Echo's origin story, and all of that was so. I mean, Vi is one of the coolest characters that's ever been done in animation. Just popping in, but I need to go back to work. Yeah, get that content out, Lab. We want to see more of it. We're proud of you. You're going to kick ass this year. Make some videos, do some streams. Kick freaking ass. Even Felix is bigger than my neighbor's dog. League is just different. It really is. And this is coming from someone who I used to play Smite like a lot, like very deeply into Smite. I've played Dota 2. I have played a ton of different MOBAs throughout the years. Something about League makes, I don't know, something about it. It gives me the same vibes as Overwatch's community of just like a bunch of like shitty, toxic 15-year-olds flaming you in the chat when they should be focusing on, I don't know, like fucking building an item that will help you like actually counter what your opponents are playing. Like, focus on the game. Shut up and play the fucking game is what I tell so many people in Overwatch when they just start flaming or something. Because most of the time they're not flaming me because I'm a DPS player, so my job is literally the easiest one in the entire game. But when I have like someone who's like my other DPS is like flaming a main tank or something, I almost always am like, dude, shut the fuck up and play the video game. Nobody cares about you. Shut up. Play the game. We're all playing a video game. Shut up, idiot. It's just a video game. Game is the key word. I have to sleep. I generally had a blast talking to you, listening to everyone's stories. J-Rex, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Seriously. I prefer League to Overwatch because at least there's now voice chat. There's no voice chat? Yeah. That is a big... Sometimes if I'm feeling extra toxic in ranked, I just mute my mic. I just go, solo flank or something. I make it my own game. League makes me feel like they'll call me names and bully me off the internet. They're definitely not great about... that is a community that is definitely not great about bigoted language. Like every online PvP game suffers from that to a degree, but it's especially fucking bad in places like League and Overwatch. I've experienced like... It's funny to say this, but playing like Call of Duty, sometimes I experience less toxicity. The worst thing you can do in League is int, and that is bad. Well, obviously. That's the worst thing you can do in most games. Stop feeding. Dawn Live, hello, hi. Someone tried to flame me in fucking Mystery Heroes the other day. Oh my god, people who would flame in arcade modes... Truly the lowest level of bottom feeder there are in like a PvP game. The entire idea of arcade games is no one is trying hard. We only play them to unlock skins. Nobody plays arcade modes besides for those reasons. Because why would you put yourself through the mental anguish of that shit? Ever. Just like, what a terrible thing to do to yourself ever. It's... If I'm playing Overwatch, most of the time it's playing ranked. Because there's not any other reason for me to play it except the SP farm or SR farm. What am I saying? Playing too much Final Fantasy. All right, give me 1 second here, chat. I have to check something super fast. Okay, groovy. Is there a multiplayer game that's community won't make me want to fistfight the players? Stardew Valley. There's a couple of MMOs that, like, I won't lie. Every now and then you'll run into a toxic player in, LO playing Mystery Heroes. Yeah, because I didn't say anything bad about it. Just turn your brain off and play the game. It's actually really fun. That's all it's there for, though. No one takes Mystery Heroes seriously, and if they do, like, got other bigger issues going on in life. Final Fantasy XIV, as far as MMOs go, has one of the better communities out there, which is really weird to say. I like it, though. Every now and then you run into a toxic person, but 99% of the time, people are more willing to be helpful because if you're not doing your job properly, no one gets through, like, the mission or the dungeon that you're in. So, like, a lot of the times if I'm approaching a dungeon for the first time, I'll like type in chat like, hey, first timer here, never run this before. Like, what are the mechanics of like this boss fight or whatever coming up? And people are almost always super nice. A lot of MMOs are like that. Most MMORPGs are like pretty chill. People just want to vibe together and just, you know, grind resources or whatever. Obviously, at the top levels, the end game stuff, you'll come into contact with a few of the tryhards who are a little bit more toxic, but I've had a really good time with Final Fantasy XIV. You get a call from the local police about someone asking for hotels that take cash. They tell you to give him a room and then call them, but your hotel really doesn't take cash. Awkward conversations. Halo can be hit or miss. Yeah, I've definitely run into the stereotypical FPS loser in Halo. But most of them aren't. Yeah, Halo is actually one of the less toxic FPSs. I think it's just due to the fact that the pace is so much more slowed down than other FPS games, and it's a much older franchise. Most of the time I have a really good time playing Halo. And if you don't, just turn off your fucking comms. It's not like a game that needs a lot of coordination unless you're playing one of the like hyper-specific modes that are more strategy-based. So, I'm Willow's little sister stealing her phone real quick because I wanted to share that my school went through to finals in a theater competition. That's an awesome accomplishment. Cool. Very cool. Love the community for Warframe. Generally, they're really helpful in this. Yeah. Warframe and Destiny 2 actually have really good communities that are very, very kind to each other. Yeah, here's one. Now that we're getting a raid from my friend Allie here, and Allie can probably vouch for this. If you don't want toxicity, stay away from the Valorant community. Because like any Riot game, they certainly have a lot of toxic competitiveness there. Thank you so much, Allie, for the raid. If you guys don't know my friend Allie, aka Feral Wife here, please give a follow, subscribe, support the crap out of what she does. I appreciate her so much. Thank you so much. D2, yes. Val, no. Yeah, D2 has Destiny 2 is a very supportive community for the most part. Because most people are like, I've found most people are like old school gamers who just want to vibe or stoners who just want to vibe. That's almost that entire community. Because who else would want to put themselves through that grind every season? Allie, thank you so much. Raiders, welcome to the stream. I'm just doing a chill, just chatting stream. As you can see here, I am legitimately dealing with being very burnout from getting the booster yesterday. So if I'm like a little bit slower here, my brain feels like it's in a stew that's been sitting in a crock pot for 8 hours. But I got the booster yesterday, so I'm dealing with chills, fatigue, soreness. I didn't get to bed until 9 a.m., and I didn't wake up till 6 p.m. today Eastern time, so you get this version of me now. Surprised you're even on after getting the booster. I was out. Yeah, I almost skipped tonight's stream, but I hadn't streamed since Tuesday, so I had to come back to like hang out and everything. But I'm very, very tired. But I appreciate you being here. If you don't know who I am, my name is Brian. I'm a variety streamer. I do everything from just chatting to playing horror games, AAA games, indie titles, first-person shooters, you name it, everything under the sun. We sample from here. Pokemon card openings, as you can probably see in the background. I got a bunch of crap. But we appreciate you hanging out. If you decide to join the community, thank you so much for vibing with us. We're very chill. As long as you're cool to us, we'll be cool to you. If you don't hang out, you know, you'll be missing out on stuff. I will let you know that. You'll be missing out on stuff. But I'm not going to take it personally, because the internet's a big place, and there's literally like thousands of people streaming right now. So you might not vibe with everyone's energy on this website. It just is the way that it is. But thank you for checking me out at all in any way, shape, or form. Trusting Ellie. Ellie, what were you doing on stream tonight? How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Always considered myself lucky when it came to these shots. Not once a single side effect outside of my arm. Cool. Very, very cool. Again, I will hold on to my medically ambiguous belief that the stronger the side effects are, the more antibodies my body's making. There's no scientific proof of that quite yet, but it's what's keeping me alive while I suffer through this. But it does feel good to be keeping other people safe and keeping myself safe, you know? This room was lovely. We hung out and chatted a bit, then Valorant. You gotta play with me at some point. I will, if you want an entry fragger, Jet main, add me. Is your username the same here as it is there? Because I can DM you my user, because someone stole Girbeagly years ago, and so I have a different username now. So yeah, I love Jet main. You would love a Jet main on your team. So here's how I play Valorant. I dash in, I get an entry frag, and then I get gunned down by 3 people, but then you know the angles on sight. And then if our team can't clutch, I go, how did you guys not clutch that? I traded, and I showed you guys the trajectory of all the angles that the enemies are holding on sight. And then that's all I do. And then I get my ult, and I go, watch this, and then I feed. So if you want a Jet who consistently goes like 20 and 19, I'm your Jet. I can do it. Every now and then I can ace. I promise. Sounds on point, A+. Is there any other way to play Jet? That's the thing. I will admit I have not played since Yoru was released, though. I played with Yoru like 3 times, and then I haven't played since then. There's too many video games. Me, but with Breach. Breach is fun as hell. Proud mom moment. My kids are going to sleep watching the Page Master of their own free will. That's so cute. I love that. I really love that. I DM'd you? Yay, let's go. Guys, I blinded them. How did you not win? And then your team goes, because you also flashed us. I remember, so I got invited to the beta of Valorant, and I remember not knowing how the hell Breach's abilities worked. So I used to try to shoot the flash directly at enemies, which obviously doesn't work. And then I was like, wow, this ability is useless. What the hell's the point of it? And then when I learned that it like is supposed to like blast, like through walls basically, and just like for tight corner like entries, so that you and teammates can like double swing. I was so bad at calculating angles that I don't think that him and Phoenix, the first like 17 times to 20 times I used them, I inevitably always flashed a teammate. I always blinded at least one of our own teammates. Especially Phoenix is like, that's hard to angle. Anyone who can like flash on the fly like that is like insane. Sylvan played Valo, too much work and not enough time for all the games. It's a time commitment game. You can't like just pick it up and have a casual couple rounds of Valo. You gotta set aside like a couple hours of the day, so I get it. Valorant was so infuriating to try and play. Yeah, so anyone who didn't have like a background in tactical shooters is coming in with a disadvantage, because it's very much based around like the idea of like Counter-Strike type games. Oh my god, A, thank you. Yeah, and yeah, the ping is like a huge part of it for sure once. Thank you so much, A. That's a huge amount of bits. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Guys, can we get some... Actually, we haven't done any Pride spam for all the subs earlier on the stream. Can we do some Pride spam for the bits and the subs? I'd love to see some. I love Reach, but I inevitably blind a teammate. I could not do Phoenix, though. I do not have the microseconds of patience. Yeah. The timing of his flash is like so different than... I mean, all the characters with a tactical like that are kind of hard to use. That's why I stick to Jet. All I need to do is jump and dash and shoot. Literally just a no-brain, all-aim hero. That's all I do. That's all I play. But it's one of those things, yeah, if you're not used to, like I grew up playing tactical shooters, where, like, Counter-Strike, holding, like, hard angles and, like, camping a bomb site, things like that, or rushing and, having to manage economy and stuff. That's, like, in my blood. Like, I used to competitively play Counter-Strike Source as part of a esports clan back in the day. So, that's why Valo really clicked for me, and I love it. But I definitely fell out of practice. I'm very rusty. I did pretty shit when Counter-Strike Go, when CSGO came out, I was dog shit at it. I'm still not super great at it. But I really like the feel of Valorant because I also come from Overwatch, so it feels like a good fusion of Counter-Strike and Overwatch together, which has been very fun to get to learn. I just don't have enough time to sink into it like I want to. Molly J, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Mothman Evie, hello, hi, welcome to the stream as well. Love seeing the rainbow colors in chat, by the way. Thank you for the pride spam, everyone. This is new information for me, and I love that for you. What, that I played Source? Yeah, so in college, from age, like, 18 to, like, 19, for about 2 years, I played competitive, Counter-Strike for a clan called Wolf Clan back in the day. And we weren't like super top tier, but we won a couple tournaments. We made some money off of it, which was really neat. But the scrimming and like the training for it, like I do not envy esports players because it's so easy to see them from the outside and be like, wow, they get to play a video game for their job. How fun. But what's missed by the public a lot of the time is those kids are playing Valorant or Counter-Strike or Overwatch or whatever. Like I'm friends with a lot of Overwatch pros and they share a lot of info with me. They're scrimming for like 16 hours a day. It is a rough life. You get to a point where you do kind of hate the game you're playing, and that definitely happened with me with Counter-Strike, where I was like, all right, cool. Not only am I a college student and balancing my studies and real life stuff, but now I also have to balance in like 10 to 12 hours of scrims, and I don't have that time, and it was just burnout. It's all the friggin' time. Yeah, it's like you eat, sleep, and shit that, basically. So, yeah, just, it was not the life for me. I stopped having fun with the game, and I quit my time as an esportsman, as an esports player. Scrim time is no fucking joke. Yeah, there's a reason that a lot of the like old school players that were really prominent on the scene when like Overwatch League launched, for instance, like don't play anymore. Like I'm friends with a lot of those guys, and the burnout stories that they have are not fun. That said, like I think there's a way to be competitive and like compete without burning yourself out. It's just we have to let the industry, I guess, catch up to those standards to some degree. But it is literally just a full-time job at that point of playing at one game. Jack of all trades. Oh, because I was lifeguard, mental health counselor. Owned a business, retail worker, pro gamer. Yeah, I've done a little bit in my lifetime. In my 36 years of being alive, I've experienced a little bit of everything. So I like to think that when I'm sharing advice or even just random musings about observations, I'm not completely talking out of my ass the entire time. I don't think I could do that. It feels like too much and feels like suffocating even just to think about it. Yeah, it was one of those things where like, so in college, when it was the school year, we obviously didn't have time to do like 10 to 12 hour scrims and things like that. So because we were like a collegiate, well, I was a collegiate person and a couple of the other players were collegiate level. Granted, it was people that had met just via the internet. So some of them were full ass adults and then some of us were kids. We did have to like work around schedules, like work schedules and school schedules. So a lot of the times we would just, regulate it to like 4 to 6 hours a day. But when I say it was nonstop, it was like, all right, we're running like red team versus blue team. We're going to like do this bomb rush tactic and we're going to do it 200 times in a row for 4 hours straight and no one gets a break. And then that was like the practice for the day. Until we could like nail every step of it and like consistently like do it. It was rough. It was a drain for sure. So yeah. It's sad. I don't blame them. It's really cool to see those who can stay, though. It makes you really respect them. Yeah, there's some legends who have been doing it for like decades now. There's a guy on 100 Thieves who I have nothing but respect for named Hiko, who, again, guys, we talk about this all the time because I'm an absolute motherfucking boomer. I'm old as balls. For those of you who don't know, I'm 36 years old. I've done it all. I get tired a lot easier than I did in my 20s, but I still have a blast I was just tweeting about this over on Alt the other day. Like, I am so fortunate and grateful that I have the life I have. I literally every day, I get to wake up on my own schedule. I get to do work on my own schedule for the most part, minus deadlines for sponsors. And I get to just try out whatever I want to do. If I want to game on stream, if I want to work on making music offline, if I want to work on a new YouTube video, I just get to do that. And it's like really, really cool. And it took a long time to get here. It took years and years of grinding to get here. It really did. But there are people around my age, and we're living the life doing that kind of stuff. We somehow made like a job out of our passions, and it's really cool. And I want people to never limit themselves just based on their age when it comes to things like that. Hiko, aka Inhuman Reaction, yes. Hiko, for those of you who don't know, was an amazing Counter-Strike pro back in the day. Like incredible, like the esports casters called him the Inhuman Reaction. And said that he had inhuman reactions because this man's highlight reel was pulling 180 flicks when he had already been like shot down to half health by like an enemy who was like behind him. He'd whip around and shoot them in the head one time and win the duel. He was insane to watch. He's on 100 Thieves and he's on their Valorant team, like legitimately one of the best players in the world. And he is like around my age. So again, don't limit yourself just because you go, oh, well, I'm too old to do that. Do you actually feel too old to do it? Or have people told you your whole life that you're too old to do something and the stigma is stuck in your brain? Because you're not too old to do it. You can kick ass. You can figure out things that work for you. Girbeagly, yes. Brian said, I'll be whatever I want to do. Yeah, I'll do whatever I want to do. Exactly. I mean, that not even a joke. Like, that's just how I've sort of lived life. I'm luckier than a lot of people out there. I've definitely had like, you know, things like come and go over my lifetime, over my time in this industry. A lot of you guys have seen me go from I'll be whatever I want to do Futurama quote. Got it. Yeah. Is that a Bender or Fry quote though is the question. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things like I've never been like a viral creator. I've never been like one of the like leaders of the pack, and that doesn't bother me because I'm just so blessed and so fortunate to be at the place I'm at. I don't focus on the numbers so much as I focus on, did I have fun? Did things get accomplished today? Did people feel like they were having a good time? Did I get to do what I wanted to do? And that's the way that I kind of look at it. Fry, of course, it was a Fry quote, of course it was. Sure as shit feel too old to do it, but from what I've heard from people who are in their 30s, that's just what most people in their early 20s feel like. Yeah, people in their 20s, guess what, guys? I mean this in the least offensive way possible. You're stupid. You are at that age where you finally are feeling like a full-ass adult, but you are very fresh to it. You are very, very new to it. You have not experienced enough of life to make that judgment yet. I promise you. You might have gone through some shit that was traumatic or defined you in some kind of way, but you have no idea what you're talking about yet. But you will. You'll get to a point where you understand yourself better. You'll have more confidence in yourself. You'll want to have goals. You'll pursue passions. You'll truly, truly, truly understand yourself better. You're not at a point yet to make those types of decisions, to cut yourself off from possibilities yet, though. Don't do that to yourself. That's the most toxic thing you can fucking do to yourself. So, Toxic Streamer calls his early adulthood fans stupid. Of course I do. And it's what they deserve. Thank you for the reality check. Guys, I didn't go full-time in this till I was like 31 years old. Like, not even a fucking joke. It wasn't until I was like in my 30s that I went full-time content creation. And again, I've never been like viral fame or clout or anything. I don't really give a shit about that. But I've gotten to be very stable in what I do. Like, I've been full-time for over 5 years now. That's crazy. That's longer than I stayed at some of my like real world jobs, my real people jobs, as people wanted to convince me. I'll be smart in a year and a few weeks, well, smarter. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's no fucking pace with this. We all figure it out at our own pace. We really do. Thank you for reaffirming the thoughts that I'm stupid. Just embrace the stupid for now. Like, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Like, I can't just say that because obviously anxiety exists. But you're going to make mistakes. You're going to fuck up. It's an inevitability. It's going to happen. But in those moments, it's going to feel like the end of your world. And I hope that you take a moment to take a step back and go, but what really is the worst that could happen from this? This situation. Will I be able to survive this? Realistically, 99% of the time is yes. You'll get through it. You're going to fuck up. It's going to suck. It's going to hurt. It's going to feel like absolute crap for a while. You're going to revisit it at 3 a.m. when you're trying to go to bed years later in your brain. You're going to be sitting there and go, oh my God, remember that thing that I fucking did? How embarrassing or how terrible. It's going to happen. I go through that sometimes too. But that's just a part of life. You learn and you grow. And you get better at what you do. You really do. And again, there's no time frame for it. You're going to kick ass. Just do your shit, guys. So, yeah. Yeah, Lucky Lavender. I mean, that's an inevitability that you're going to feel existential and like there's this like life choice dread and rush, like you said. Like, oh, I got to make these decisions now. I got to figure this shit out now. But you don't. There's not a time frame on that shit. I thought there were so many different times in life that I thought everything was like working out in my favor and things like dropped out or changed or I changed my priorities or my interest shifted and I wasn't interested in what I was doing anymore. And I ended up here doing what I'm doing now and I fucking love it. You'll figure it out. Your 20s is the time to definitely explore those sort of existential mindsets and feel a little bit of weight and feel a little dread. But then also to give yourself grace and to rationalize it and realize that there's plenty more of life left for you to figure stuff out. And that's not to say some of you aren't going to like knock it out of the fucking park in your 20s. I'm just saying if you do make mistakes, if you are afraid of things, if you are upset that you've made some sort of miscalculation, there is still a lot of time to right the ship. Makes me feel better because my anxiety makes me feel like I'm already too old for things / wasting time. Again, I'm in my 30s, guys. I'm older than a lot of people in this fucking community. Like, truly I am. I know because I have demographics that like stats I can look at that say, and this is obviously not going to apply to all of you in chat right now, but like a majority of my audience is like 19 to like 27 or something like that. Like 19 to like 27-year-old women or something like that. So I know. If you're not making mistakes, you're not trying. I actually fucking like that. I like that. You can't make a mistake without trying. But you can't make any sort of successful progress without trying too. So it just goes hand in hand. It's going to happen sometimes that the mistakes happen. So the second guessing and always feeling tired is the part that sucks. I think that's just depression, my guy. That's like, yeah. Anxiety and depression, you know, check in with your mental. Don't stretch yourself too thin. You have a little bit more leeway with it in your 20s, I'd like to think. Just vibe, you know, as much as you can. It's easier said than done, obviously, but you'll, as you get older, you'll care less. You will care less about what other people think. You'll feel more confident in the things that you want to pursue and dedicate mental resources to. And you'll start figuring things out, and they might not be huge victories in the beginning, but they're going to start laying the foundation of like the best version of the person that you want to become is. That's the way that I like to look at it. So, yeah, a lot of people in the age demographic there. Not going to lie, I had a very large existential breakdown yesterday because fuck it, kind of feels like literally everything's falling apart, physically and mentally. If Brian has taught me anything, it's that I've made it this far, so fuck it. I can keep going further. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. You know, panic attacks are definitely something that, again, another unfortunate inevitability if you're someone who suffers from anxiety like you or myself. Even as successful as I am in what I do, there are definitely moments that I take a step back and I'm like, man, I fucking suck at everything I do. Like, I'm not good at anything I do. I'm not going to ever make any progress. I'm never going to get to the point that I want to get to. It's super easy to do that to yourself because there's nothing challenging that in the present, right? Because you're beating yourself up in the present moment. You're beating yourself up right now, the way you see yourself now. And I always like to, this is corny as fuck, but I always like to remind people to maybe scroll back through your like old photos or read old tweets that you put up or something like that. Because I guarantee you, even if it doesn't feel like it at first, you might be like, oh, well, I was in a way better place back then. You're going to start remembering little things that weren't going as well. You're going to start remembering, no, you did make progress. You did make progress in some kind of way. Oh, wow. Yeah, this like bad habit I used to have, I kicked that. Or this, I wanted to get better at art. And wow, my art is so much better than it was back then. Progress, again, isn't linear. And sometimes it takes us looking into the past a little bit. Obviously not living in the past. But, we make progress. And we acknowledge progress. And use that as the way that you challenge that present day thought of you beating yourself up. That makes it more of a fair fight. Because then you have ammunition, you got evidence of contrary to what you're saying in the moment, where it's become so easy to beat yourself up. Don't shit on yourself. Don't let anyone... Wait, should on yourself? Don't should on yourself, and don't let anyone should on you either. Helps me check in with myself, especially when I play the comparison game. Yeah, don't do it to yourself. Yeah, get validated, bitches. Exactly once. I think it's worth noting, however, yes, life is difficult and new and you have to learn and adapt, but you have to put in the effort. Nothing will ever change if you don't do at least the bare minimum for yourself. Sit around and wait for life to fix itself. Life will leave you behind. I think that's a great reminder, for sure. Even if you don't know what direction your effort's going in the beginning, at least care enough to put some effort into it, You might as well try. Again, at the end of the day, like, the reason a lot of people feel so bad about themselves and like the progress they've made or whatever is because they aren't where they want to be yet, obviously. But it's also because they haven't like taken a good hard look at the actual effort they've put up or put into something until this point. The comparison that you should be doing is, if I hadn't put any effort into this thing that I am pursuing, how much farther behind would I be than I am right now? Probably a lot. The realistic answer is almost 100% of the time much farther behind than where you are right now. You got to put a little bit of effort in. And again, we all return to dust eventually. We're all going to kick the bucket. You might as well fucking try, right? You don't feel miserable because you want to feel miserable and you want to like fall into, lethargy and not accomplishing anything. You feel miserable because you have a passion for life and you have a passion for doing something and you want to be better or recognized for that thing. So you might as well fucking try, right? That's the way that I like to look at it. Thinking of what younger me would think of me now hurts sometimes. Younger me would be so proud of us graduating. I love that, Matt. Yeah, that's wonderful. That's like really, really wonderful. I think that it's, again, just do your best. You guys are all capable of it. The only limits that you kind of have are ones you've placed on yourself. Even if you're like physically in a spot where you can't pursue something you want to do, like, oh, I want to get better at art, but I can't afford art supplies right now. The fact that you are thinking about it, the fact that is your desire to get better at art, that's your effort right there. There's a focus there. There's a love. There's a want to do something different. Needed this pep talk tonight. Thank you. It was an unintentional pep talk. This is just where my fucking brain is going. Who knows why? This is just what happens to me sometimes. You guys know how it be. Life is meant to be lived, and if you don't allow yourself to seek out what will give you happiness and only allow yourself to survive. Yeah, I mean, here's the way I look at it. You guys wouldn't still, this is morbid, but you guys wouldn't still be around right now if there wasn't a part of you, like you might be like, fuck life. Life's miserable. I hate myself. Like if it just ended, whatever, I don't care. You know? That's not actually true, though. That's your conscious thoughts that you're saying things because you feel bad. We all are guilty of doing that sometimes. But there's a part of you that wanted to stick around to see what does happen next. That is effort. We're proud of you for that. That gives you, current day you and future you, the opportunity to pursue something else, something different than what you're stuck in now. Something that might become the thing that turns everything around. Again, fucking content creation for me, man. I started it as just a fun hobby. And here I be, doing my thing. I'm literally just giving a random pep talk to however many people are in stream right now on the internet while I'm sick on a booster shot. What the fuck's that, right? And who the hell am I before this? You guys heard everything I did before this. I was like as a retail worker like some of you. I was an office worker like some of you. I was, doing random jobs for a very long time. I used to be like a landscaper back in the day. I'm not more special. I don't have any more specific talents than any of the rest of you out there. All of you are fucking capable of this stuff. You'll figure it out, I promise you. You really will. Very glad I got the Girbeagly chapter. Got to the Girbeagly chapter. I appreciate you being here, seriously. Yeah, that's just the way that I look at it. Is I'm no different than any of you guys. I mean, there's a reason we're all together here. We all have some sort of overlap in interests and some overlap for love of life, right? And we're all gonna fucking figure it out, and we're all gonna share it as good news when it happens, and we're all going to celebrate the fuck out of each other for it. It's gonna be great. It might not be what I'm doing, like some of you have zero interest in content creation, I'm sure. But there's something out there, I promise. There is a reason, even subconsciously, that you have stuck around to this point. There's a part of you in there, and it might be dormant at the moment, but there is something that will eventually become a spark where you're like, nah, I want to fucking do that. I want to make music, or I want to, write a book. I want to travel the world. There's something that wants to see what comes next and if it's possible. And the only way that it's not going to be possible is if you don't stick around to see what happens and put some effort into stuff. You can do it. There's no pacing. Some of you might blow up more than I do. There are people from this community that are now larger content creators than me, which is like fucking crazy. And I love it for them. I'm happy for them. Just do your thing. Be awesome. Life's too short. It genuinely is. It really, really is. I've lost enough friends over the years to unfortunate events and things where they've passed unexpectedly and things like that. It's a very somber reminder that life can truly end at any point. Do your shit now. Have fun. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt others. Do what's good for your brain and your heart. Where I am now in my late 20s was nowhere near my radar when I was in my early 20s. But I'm so much happier than I ever thought I could be. And even if I never anticipated this path, it turned out to be the most perfect feeling I've ever been on. I love that. I love that, Yoshi. That is a fantastic story. I love hearing stuff like that. Same for me. Like, guys, I say it all the time. Like, if content creation, like, fucking dies for me for some reason, I have the backup of, like, going back into internet marketing. I came from a background of internet marketing. Told you guys I used to own my own internet marketing firm. I worked as a manager at a different internet marketing firm before that. I've never taken a single college class for internet marketing. When I was in college, I had a degree in psychology. I became a psych counselor after school. My higher education prepped me for something different. I randomly lucked into that after a number of different job changes, and I was like really happy doing it. I had a blast doing internet marketing while I was doing it. I thought it was like a really interesting industry. But if I had told me in college, oh, by the way, the psych thing is going to work out for a little while, but not like very long. You're going to actually end up in internet marketing eventually, and you're going to be really happy. I would have been like, no, I'm not. That's fucking insane. What are you talking about? No way that I'm going to do that. It's like Yoshi said, like nowhere on my radar at all. But I ended up on that path, and it was really cool. And I had a great time with it. Sometimes life throws weird curveballs that end up becoming like the best things that could possibly come your way. So thank you for sharing that, Yoshi. It's good. Astral hello, hi. Welcome to the stream. Guys, I'm actually, I'm going to call a pee break right now because having consumed an ocean's worth of liquid today, just to fight off the side effects of the booster as much as possible, my bladder is, I've had to pee like 500 times today. I already have like a mouse-sized bladder. I have a very small bladder to begin with. This has not been kind to it. This job I want isn't even related to gaming. That's like the perfect example. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call a legal pee break. Hannah, thank you for obeying the law. You have to go grab toilet for like an hour. Yeah. Now this is a legal pee break. If you guys have never been here for a pee break with this community, you're now legally allowed to go to the bathroom. Make a quick pee. You can make a quick poopy. Make a quick snack. Please wash your hands. Don't do all three of those things all at the same time. That sounds both multi-talented and unhygienic. I'll see you guys back here in a moment. But enjoy your pee break. Camino pee break starts now. You guys get to Bernie while I was gone? I hope so. He's an old man and he requires a lot of attention. A lot of pampering, you know? A lot of extra care. Hello, hi, welcome back. Pee break is now over, so if you use the bathroom anytime outside of this time, it's illegal. And you will go to jail. I'm just letting you know. Y'all ever just go to pet your cat and they make the cutest little surprise meow purr sound? Yes, I love when Sig does that. It's really cute. Where, like, he kind of wasn't expecting it, but then is, like, you know, very appreciative of it. That's what Sig does a lot. Hello, hi, welcome. Hope the pee break went well. I hope nobody fell in. I hope that everyone washed their hands. Please fucking wash your hands. God damn it, you disgusting gremlins. Right back to the water, though. When will I ever learn my lesson? The more water I drink, the more pee I make. It's crazy. I'm gonna go pee now. Roxy in a jar. I hope you enjoy prison food. I gotta start my bedtime routine. Love y'all. See you Sunday. Yo, once, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate you a lot. Thank you for all the heads up on the content in Vox Machina, by the way. Very excited to watch it together, though. But yeah, thank you so much for chilling. Oh boy, I'm in a bizarre amount of pain. It just doesn't feel right. It just feels like my skin is really sensitive, if that makes sense. Felix does that all the time now, that he lays next to me in bed rather than at my feet, because I can just go pet him whenever. Oh, cute. All right, guys, I'm going to throw a curveball into the mix. I kind of want a game tonight after all. But I'm not going to do anything too intense. I'm going to, give me 1 second here. I just got to double check that this is updated. We're not doing Final Fantasy because I can't handle that level of... I'm already very flushed. I'll probably have a heart attack if I try to introduce... like Tifa and Aerith and stuff like that. We game it. We'll game a little bit. We gaming. Some of you guys will love this game. We brought it up before. I've brought it into streams before. It's high intensity. This is real esports, by the way. You'll see here in a moment, chat. Sorry, I gotta get this opened. Everything I've done today has taken like 5 times as long as it normally takes me because I'm just in outer fucking space at the moment. I am definitely not in the right headspace to play Final Fantasy, so we're not going to do that. But I kind of feel like gaming. I haven't played this game in a while, but some of you might like it. Hey, Dichotomy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm glad I came here to this community. I can't imagine being without it now. I'm gone now, so I don't cry. Everyone have an amazing day. And Brian, I hope you and Morgan feel better soon. Thank you. Take care. Thanks for chilling with us, Wallowy Willowy. God damn. What the fuck? How do I forgot how to cast a game for a second there. I literally forgot how to add. 1 second. Oh, boy. I feel like this window is going to be in the way of this game, but, you know, it happens that way. All right. We haven't played this in, like, a long time. I actually don't know how loud the music is. Oh, it turned... Doesn't have out-of-window focus. That's kind of a bummer. That's okay. All right. Why are you doing that? Shut your fucking... All right, chat. This is a true epic gamer moment here. Are you guys ready? There it is. Let me update the stream. You guys ready for some fucking amazing esports? Oh my god, they actually have Sudoku Universe on the game directory in this. That's right. We're playing some fucking Sudoku because my brain is fried, dude. I wonder if would it be better this way? I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Thanks for the confidence boost tonight. Hell yeah. It's not even more of like a realism check-in, you know? It's not unrealistic to have the thoughts that like we suck and we're not going to accomplish anything. Like, because obviously you see that happen to some people out there. But it's a nice reminder that people succeed as well. And you're going to do great. You guys really are. You're going to find your own way of getting through things. Take care though, Lucky Lavender. Thank you. Yo, Sudoku. Let's go. That's right. That is right. We're going to do some Sudoku. So I've done all 30 of the easy levels. We got medium levels here. Got hard levels. I've only done one of the hard levels. Whoa, I'm 33 minutes into this one apparently, and I never beat it. 6 minutes into that. I'm on a fresh one. Let's just do 69 because it's the easiest. It's the best. Sudoku fucking rocks. This is like just... This is perfect for me because... Wait, actually, I think the other side will work better. Oh, yeah. I'm totally out of the way on the other side. Poggers, dude. I feel like the music is really low right now, though. I don't want people to not be able to hear the Sudoku. Is this not the best thing? Let me tweet out that we're doing this as well, just because I... Oh, my God! Jesus! Chickens! Oh, my God, that scared me.
Correctly numbered and organized chickens.
Thank you for the chickens. I appreciate that a lot. All right, I'm tweeting it out. Here we go. I tweeted out. Music can be heard, but it's low. Yeah, it's gonna be very low just because. So this game is very, very indie, and the volume on it is very variable. Thank you again, chickens. God damn, that was generous of you. But yeah, it's just gonna be the way that it is. Some of the songs are gonna get louder. Unfortunately, this is the loudest I think the game goes. Oh no, music is way down. What the fuck? When did this happen? Oh. Ooh. All right. Okay. Hell yeah, dude. My P-brain can't handle Sudoku? It's okay. My brain can't do, like, a lot of puzzle games out there. This is just one that I, like... I randomly started playing on a whim. And I just, like, enjoy it a lot. I don't know why. This is how I pass the time when, like, Morgan and I are, like, waiting during, like, a layover at the airport. I just play Sudoku on my phone. Oh, my gosh. Cassie is Sassy. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I want chicken nuggets now. I'm hungry. Damn, that does sound kind of good. Maybe I'll air fry some chicken nuggets after this. Went to bed early Wednesday and Thursday nights and didn't feel exhausted at work. Hell yeah. Mom and Grandma came to visit me Wednesday afternoon. That's really sweet. That's really great. Glad to hear you're taking care of yourself. Mahjong I enjoy. I never got the hang of Mahjong very much, but I'd like to get better at it just because it's one of those like old school games that's been around for such a long time. Has a deep history. I like Sudoku a lot, but can only do it if it's super easy puzzles. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely do some easy ones as well if you're someone who wants to just keep up. I'm not going to be giving any, like, game commentary of this. It's just something to do while I chat with you guys, just because I feel like it. Again, this is a scuffed stream. This is 100% a scuffed stream, where it just, my brain is not 100%. So this is the content you get from me tonight, guys. It's just vibe time. We're chatting. We're hanging out together. We're encouraging each other, but mainly we're just fucking vibing. No expectations type of stream. I probably could have gone like no face cam tonight, but I like being on camera sometimes. Oh shit, give me 1 second. I gotta check something off game here. All right, it's fine. We're good. Awesome. Very, very good. Is it telling you how many of each number you can use on the side? Yes! That is a feature I like. You can actually turn that hint off if you want a harder experience. But I do love that about
I
this
just
game.
stopped in for a minute to say hello. I'd stick around, but I was apparently grinding my teeth.
Oh
early.
no, I
And
do that as well sometimes,
and now
Dichotomy.
even with Advil, my head still hurts.
Oh, I hate
Calling
that.
it a night to try to sleep it
I
off.
used to get those
Good night.
tension like stress headaches all the time, like for many years. So I get that. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the big bits though. Really appreciate everyone who's donated tonight and supported the streams. You guys are so cool. I hope you get some good rest though, Dichotomy. Thanks so much for dropping by to hang out. That's so cool though. That's helpful. Yeah, it's like mad helpful. I think it's really cool that it has options like that. Just because obviously not everyone like can keep track of that shit in their brains, right? We're on hard mode, so this one is gonna have some twists to it that are gonna make it much harder for me too. I know, but yeah. Take care, Dichotomy. Thank you so much again for dropping by. We appreciate you a ton. And we hope that things get better, way less stressful, way less headaches. There we go. All of our 9s are done, so that was easy. My joints and back hurt so much, though. One of the hardest parts of showering today was lifting my arms above my head to, like, wash my hair. Like, my arms were in so much unbelievable pain. It was wild. So, excuse me. Oh my god, that was gross. Brian pressed the staples button for the 9s. That's true. That was easy. It was easy going. My brain doesn't even understand how you even figured those out. We did like a little bit. I have no idea how you just did that. Our brains do not do Sudoku the same way. I did this last time we played this ages ago. I think the last time we played this, was like the last episode of Power Wash before the most recent patch, where we had beaten all the Power Wash content within like the first hour of the stream, and I was like, fuck, I want to play more Power Wash, but I don't have a game that like gives my brain the same tinglies. So like I opened this up just to be funny, and everyone was digging it, but people were like, I don't know how the fuck you figured that out. So I guess I can walk through some of it, just because a lot of people, I remember Shira had no idea how I did Sudoku. And the way I explained it to Shira, they, by the end of the stream, were like, oh my god, now I know how to do Sudoku now, which is kind of neat. Your brain Sudoku is the same way. I'm glad I'm not alone. So here we go, guys. I've just found a 3 on the board. So 3, we have 7 of them left. That, who cares about that? Whatever. It's all about how the 3s align. So, yeah, Morningstar, that's sort of what I'm dealing with right now. Number 1 edutainment stream. Absolutely. By the way, guys, speaking of edutainment, so you guys will see wow, Jesus Christ. I'm wearing my new hoodie that's over on the store. We only have 6 of these left, by the way. I don't know what sizes are available still, but we are like 6 units away from selling out the entirety of the merch collection. So I'm going to talk to my rep again about doing another print. We have 1 beanie left. It still says pre-order up there, so maybe we can push that beyond. I don't know if that means that people can keep ordering beanies, but I know that they have 1 guaranteed beanie left based on the last order that was put in. And then I think we have 1 of each color of sweatpants, and that's it. And then the whole collection is sold out, which is just insane. I can feel the pain your arms going through. It is so painful right now. Random question, do you open P.O. Box stuff on stream? I sure do, Proxima. Please don't feel the need to send me stuff. Obviously, that's a really expensive thing for people to do. But I do open it on stream. I haven't checked the P.O. Box, admittedly, in like a month. So sorry about that. I promise I'll get around to it, much like I'm going to be getting around to the cosplay and everything else. This has just been the most busy, exhausting January I've had in a while. So many cool, good things. But just, yeah, it's... I'm very, 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 very tired. So, all right. So here we go. I was explaining the 3s here so that people could understand how to get a 3. So actually, let's do this 4 that I just found. That's much simpler. So those of you who don't understand the basics of Sudoku, a lot of people get it confused thinking that it's a math thing. It has nothing to do with math. Every number could just be like a symbol. Like these ones could be triangles, twos could be circles, threes could be squares, and they would still work out the same way. It's all about each character. Is it only present in one box of 9 one time? And is it only present in each row one time? Is it only present in each column one time? Those are the basics of Sudoku. So with a Sudoku thing like, oh man, we're trying to find the next 4 here. I want to find this next 4. We have a 4 here already in this row. That means the 4 cannot be here or here or here because this 4 already exists in this row. So these 2 boxes are knocked out. They might as well have big X's through them that we can't put a 4 in. Same with this column. This 4 takes out these boxes, and it also takes out this box, and then obviously anything else in its square of 9. So because this, and this are taken, 4 can only go here. You'll see the game didn't mark that as incorrect because that is literally the only place that a 4 could logically go. It's much more of a logic puzzle than it is anything dealing with math. Need to set a reminder for myself to pack and mail you P.O. box shit. I swear it's been sitting here for days. Oh my God, Mads. Thank you. So many of you guys have been going above and beyond. Like this January, I think we had one of the best Januaries, like sub-wise, in such a long time. Like the amount of generosity that you guys toss towards this channel is unreal. Thank you so much to every one of you who does anything like that. Subs, P.O. Box stuff, whatever. Even if you're just someone who's here for every stream, vibing and sharing as much time as you physically can, that means the world. Thank you so much. See if Nature, hello. I love Sudoku. Oh my God, it makes me rage because of my ADHD, but it's satisfying when it's completed, right? It feels good to get your brain through the challenge of it a lot of the time. It's nothing big, just a little small thing for each of you and Morgan. That's really sweet, though. Thank you. That's still so above and beyond what like anyone needs to feel like pressured or obligated to do in this community. All right, so let's do the 3. The 3, you guys, again, we have a 3 in this column already. So it's going to take out all of these boxes here, cannot have a 3 in it. That means a 3 could be present here, 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 or here. However, or, you know, any other place that isn't in line. A 3 could be here or here. So you'll see here, this 3 takes out this whole column. This 3 takes out this whole row. It crisscrosses here in this bottom box. And you're probably thinking, Brian, well, shit. Well, how do we know where the 3 goes here then? We don't yet. The 3 could go here in this bottom right corner or this upper right corner because the intersection of the 3 in the row and the 3 in the column prevents any other possibility. That means that in this set of 9, that 3 has to exist here or here. Those are the only 2 places it logically could exist. As a result, that 3 takes up this whole column as well. Because it's going to have to be here or here. It can't be in any other part of the sequence. This whole column is covered in 3s. This whole column is covered in 3s. Wait. That means that this is a big X, this is a big X, this is a big X, this is a big X. Oh shit. 3 goes right there. So that's how my brain does it. I work these so differently. This is intriguing. Yeah, I've talked to so many people who do Sudoku differently from each other. I think it's fascinating. I think it's really, really cool. But that's the way that my brain works through Sudoku and allows me to complete a lot of the puzzles that I do. That was not a good way to stretch my arm. So yeah, that's just a basic explanation of how I Sudoku things in my brain. Pretty cool. Pretty wild. All right. Now that I've done that, though, now I'm like, fuck. I gotta figure out another. I didn't find a row column box with the least empty spots and try. Yeah, that's if this was like a medium or easy level puzzle, that's the way that this game specifically does it, where it's like, oh, this is the box with like the least available spaces, so like it's easier to figure out. But because this is a hard mode one, it leaves things a little bit more bare bones and like sparse and stuff like that. Good news, I got diagnosed with autism this month, and so much makes sense now. I'm happy about it. Morningstar, I'm so glad to hear that you have some answers and that that's something that can help you out. That's truly like having like a positive diagnosis for something. For those who have never been diagnosed with anything is actually like a good thing a lot of the times because it gives us some answers. It gives us some possibilities. So that's great to hear. We're super happy for you on your journey with that. Figuring yourself out, getting to know yourself a little bit better. This is exactly how I solve Sudoku puzzles. Hannah, same brain. Let's go. Feels good to be in good company. All right. All right. So, I honestly... Again, this is a hard mode one. This is why there's one that had like 30 minutes on it that I hadn't completed yet, apparently. So 5 and 1 are here. So 5 and 1 have to be here or here. Those are the only two places. So we can put, the nice thing also is you can put the possibilities of what something could be in the boxes without hard committing to it. So like 1 and 5 take up this column, so they have to be in either of these spaces, 1 or 5 in either of these spaces on the left side. So that helped eliminate some of the possibilities, which is really good for us. I'm a big fan of that. I hope this is relaxing, by the way, for people. I hope that this is something that that's just like chill to do together. So we'll see here, though. 5 has to be in this column, right, guys? That means 5, 5, 5 cannot be in any of these. 5 has to go here. Boom. Right there. I do this? Hell yeah. Quick question. How do people get diagnosed? Is it through therapy? Not necessarily through therapy. Like talking to a doctor or any sort of like psychological professional. You don't have to necessarily sign up for therapy to do it. So, yeah. I'm like a jack of all trades of neurodivergence. I don't have any individual neurodivergent condition. But I've got a lot of neurodivergent conditions. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we're like sort of a buffet of different things. You know, our brains are cocktails. And that happens. That's okay. And sometimes you don't even need like a specific diagnosis. It's just knowing that you're, you know, there's something like maybe not neurotypical about yourself. And doing the best of your ability to acknowledge that about yourself without feeling bad about it. And working around it as much as you can so that you can be in a place that, you know, allows you to be the best version of you within the circumstances. That doesn't make you lesser than. I think that's cool. That's something that therapy taught me a while ago that's been really wonderful to expose my brain to, is the idea that I have really intense ADHD to the point where it's interfered in some major and oftentimes drastic ways in my life. And it took a long time to acknowledge that and come to terms with that. And knowing that I could never operate at the same level as someone without ADHD used to be infuriating. I'm very much a perfectionist in some of the things that I do. And I used to fucking hate that I couldn't, like, operate at the same level as someone who didn't have ADHD. I'd go, oh, fuck, well, that's stupid. I can't be limited by this. I do things even better than some of those people, I think, because, you know, there are definitely some benefits with ADHD when it comes to like hyper fixating on like something productive. But then you get distracted by an article about whales on Wikipedia and waste 4 hours of the time you could have been productive with. So, you know, but regardless, acknowledging that I was always going to think differently and operate differently, but I could still be the best version of myself within those confines, and it didn't mean that I was lesser than someone who is neurotypical, was a really great perspective shift for me and makes me feel a lot less bad about my ADHD. And when I make those victories, when I have those victories that, you know, show me operating the best I can with ADHD, that's awesome to me. That's something that's a huge mood elevator. So yeah, I didn't think I could have ADHD until I saw a lot of content about the autism ADHD comorbidity and looked at the DSM and various tests and found out that, holy shit, I tick almost every single box. Yeah, the only thing I always like to give a heads up for, because obviously, like, we don't want to gatekeep, like, self-diagnosis because it is a useful tool if you can't afford, you know, therapy or, you know, a doctor's visit or anything like that, is just as someone who worked with the DSM very extensively when I was a counselor, it is obviously checking off every box is a pretty big, like, oh shit, yeah, maybe this is more likely. But the DSM, I don't want everyone to run to the DSM and be like, oh man, I get sad sometimes. I must have major depressive disorder. Being sad is just part of being human. There's a lot more to depression than that. I did this really fun exercise when I was in college taking psychology courses where a professor had us go, look over the DSM and check off all the things that you have and then tell me what conditions you have. And some people were like checking things off and they were like, I never really thought about it, but I must be a sociopath. Holy shit. I sometimes do this thing. Oh my God. I am actually on the psychopathic spectrum. Oh my God. And then we like handed in or like showed our answers. And our teacher was like, the DSM does not get updated enough with enough specific information for it to give by itself an accurate diagnosis. So I just want to give people the heads up that obviously the tool is there to be used, but the DSM was not designed to be used by itself to diagnose you. And because armchair, like casual pop psychology has become such a big thing in the world, unfortunately, people have lost that message and don't realize it's supposed to be used in conjunction with other methods as well to help diagnose you. It's more of a starting point. If you check off a lot of the boxes, you can go, oh shit, this is maybe something I should talk to like a professional about or do more research myself into, for sure. But please don't ever like read too deep into the DSM. Just as a heads up. It is very vague intentionally because it's used as a tool to take a really broad set of conditions and narrow them down into potential possibilities. But I see so many people on like TikTok who are like, oh my God, I've never looked at the DSM-5M before, and I actually have 19 of the conditions on here. And I'm like, oh no, you might, but please don't believe right off face value that you have all those things, because that's how like misdiagnosis happens, and then you never get the proper help that you need. Very quick, just ex-psych counselor aside there on that, because I've seen the watering down of the DSM quite a bit. So yeah. Thing about an anxiety disorder is that I was like, oh yeah, anxiety is a normal human feeling, so I never once thought that maybe I could have an anxiety disorder because clearly it was just a normal human thing, right? Spoiler, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, obviously it gets to a point where you're like, wow, I'm fucking miserable all the time. Maybe I should maybe this isn't just normal nerves. For sure, 100%. And that's the thing too, is like bad feelings that disrupt your balance are bound to happen, but you shouldn't be feeling that way all the time. And if you are, that's when you should really be looking into what the hell's going on. So, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Mads. Like I said, it's one of those things. It's more interesting to see the crossover, like you said, the comorbidity of certain conditions that share a lot of the same characteristics and sort of metrics that can be measured. I find that fascinating. It's why I was into psychology at all, was just to figure out how the human brain worked as much as possible. I think it's really neat. I think it's like very, very cool. So, yeah. Oh, shit. I forgot. There was another thing down here. All right. Here's another way, real quick. Sudoku novices, or people who just want to figure out how the fuck my brain does Sudoku. I noticed this while I was rambling. Another way, and this is why Sudoku uses numbers and not symbols, is because it's much easier to keep track of a sequence like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or A, B, C, D, E. Sudoku uses numbers because they're just like in their base form the easiest fucking thing to take care of as far as like keeping track of in your brain. But the nice thing about Sudoku is you can literally count to 9 and figure out what numbers are missing to figure out what you're looking for. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 is missing. Interesting. 6 is in this box already. 7, 8 is missing. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's in this row. And then 9. So every number was accounted for here except 4. Must mean there's a 4 there. Boom. Game even said I was right. Kind of dope. We're being epic gamers tonight. Yo, welcome to the #1 Sudoku esports stream on Twitch right now, Brookie. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Always good to see ya. So that, again, that's just literally counting will help you sometimes. 1, 2, 3. Now we have a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. That's the full sequence right there. And that's how we figured that one out. So 4 was easy plug and play for us, which is good. That means that these 2 boxes have to have a 2 and an 8 in them. That is the only numbers that could potentially exist in here. Excuse me again. I keep burping my brains out. What can I say, guys? So again, we can do the counting sequence to see what else is missing up here. We have 1, 2, there's no 3. Oh, wait, no, wait. 1, 2, 3, there is a 3. 4, 5, because 5 has to be one of these. 6 and 7 are missing from this sequence, I think. So yeah, so we're not going to make any leeway with that then. Because this has to be 6 or 7. I was hoping that there was going to be like a 7 in here or something like that. There wasn't. Very sad. So, yeah. 2. We only have 3 2s left. So that means that 2 should theoretically be easier to figure out. But sometimes just based on the patterns that are left over, yeah, no, that 2's not actually going to be easy to figure out at all. 1, maybe? We haven't really poked around with 1 very much. 1... Yeah, 1 is another one I don't think I'm going to find much of. And here, another thing, because I see people talking about diagnoses and things like that, is obviously terminology and the tools that we have and the methods we have to diagnose people are going to constantly be changing because medical science is as well, and psychology especially is a younger science that is doing a lot of growing right now in different directions. And you know, there's a chance that like you just were never diagnosed when you were a kid because there wasn't a proper protocol for it yet, or if it wasn't something that like your doctor, your psychologist, whoever was looking for. So yeah, it's never a bad thing to explore for sure. 100% type of thing where you just like always got to do your best to know what feels right for you, right? Well, balls. All right, we only got 4 4s. Oh, yeah, shit. If you hover over the number, it's highlighting all of them. That's actually really helpful, too. What the fuck? Where's... I don't think 4 is going to be one that I can do. Kept seeing stuff from people diagnosed with autism and or ADHD. I related to almost everything I saw, so I started doing my own research and was like, damn, what if I have this? I also thought the same about BPD and OCD, but then I did more research and decided that's probably not it. I don't know if, I don't know. All I know is something's wrong. Right. And sometimes that's the most that, like I said, that we can hope for because of just the limitations. Like healthcare, mental health care is like not very accessible. Sometimes it's just an anxiety thing. Like it's kind of scary to even try to explore that. If you feel off, there's no shame in like not being 100% like about what you have. Just knowing that you don't feel right all the time and learning to set your own boundaries and learning to sort of like work around those things that are going on. There's nothing wrong with that because that's all that therapy, that's all that treatment would be anyway. Like the diagnosis is great to have because you can figure out a little bit more pinpoint like things that might be helpful or things that like, you know, were in your way that you didn't realize were in your way before. But it's not a necessity of the process because at the end of the day, you're probably still going to most likely have just cognitive behavioral adjustments being added in. Like, oh, like, you know, like all therapy, not all therapy, but a lot of therapy just boils down to mindfulness. And once you go, oh, well, shit, I don't know exactly what it is that's wrong with me, but fuck, I know something's wrong with me because when I go into public, I fucking hyperventilate every time. Figuring out those workarounds that accommodate, you know, your own comfort levels and things like that, you're going to be already actively working on that in your mind. You're already doing self-therapy to a degree. You're already exhibiting and exercising self-care, hopefully. And it might not be as guided, it might not be as effective as something from a professional, but it doesn't mean that you're not doing it. And there's no shame in, you know, being undiagnosed, just knowing that there's something wrong and working your hardest to make sure that you don't feel that way anymore. That's the way that I look at it. So, yeah. That said, ADHD is incredibly fucking common. So I'm someone who has not talked about my ADHD as much as I have in recent years, just due to the fact that I'm not a big fan of being like, well, you know, I have ADHD and now it's my only personality characteristic. And now I'll be known as the ADHD streamer. I don't want to be defined by labels ever. I know that I have it. I'll talk about it to raise awareness for it and help destigmatize it. But at the same time, I'm not fucking defined by it. And none of you guys are defined specifically by a medical condition or a psychological condition or anything like that. You're a sum of all your experiences and all of your insights. So that's the way that I like to look at it. Tired, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Matt, take care. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate you a lot. Get some good rest. When the psychiatrist called to confirm the appointment, I was in Hobby Lobby with my mom, and my aunt said I looked like I was about to throw up in the middle of the aisle. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Morgan and I are just like, we both have really bad anxiety. We both experience panic attacks, so we've definitely been through that kind of thing. Just being someone neurodivergent, I definitely get the feeling of being like overstimulated, being out in public. Like we went out to grab some groceries yesterday because we knew that the booster was going to kick our asses. So it was just one of those things where like, I remember we left the store we were in and we were like, how does anyone fucking have fun shopping here? It is just a sensory overload. It's terrible. And again, it wasn't one of those things where we're like, well, we have this X, Y, and Z, so of course it feels that way. It was just more of like yeah, this place really isn't for us. We just like won't stop by as often. And that's okay. I love that mentality. Yeah, exactly, Mads. Like, you can get diagnosed with things. You can get the answers you're seeking, which is always a great thing. You can feel like, oh, wow, I'm not alone in this particular thing. But also, don't let that become your limitation by labeling yourself too hard with it. Don't make it your only personality trait. Like, you know, do that thing where you go, well, fuck, I have this obstacle that's like built into me, this ADHD, this autism, this whatever it might be. I'm going to find the ways that I can overcome it in my own way. It's like I said earlier, I'm never going to be a neurotypical person. I just won't. It's just not the way that genetics or whatever worked out for me. And that's fucking okay. I'm just me. I'm doing the best I can do as me. So that's the way that I like to look at it. I get hella big bad sensory overload in pools when they get even remotely busy. Oh God, I hate busy pools. It's too much noise. It's gross. Like there's something about it. Like I start feeling like it's gross. Like, I don't want to be in here with a million other people, like doing whatever the shit that they're doing in the pool. Kids splashing me in the face, like people not watching where they're going and almost bumping into me. Like I don't like crowded pools either. I like a nice, quiet, like hotel pool at like 2 a.m, where it's like Morgan and me, or like friends that we're with or whatever, like hanging out and just getting to vibe in our own space in our own time. I do not like crowded pools. That's a big trigger for me where I'm like, I don't want to be a part of this. Long ride tomorrow, roughly 7:50 minutes. Oh my God, sport. Be careful. Have a great time. I hope that the ride's good. The noise. Yeah, indoor pools especially, absolutely. It's all just echo. It's echoey. It reeks of chlorine. It's just all sensory overload all at the same time. It's like, I don't want to be a part of this experience right now. It's terrible. Like, I hate that. That's a big one for sure, Brie. Morgan's very bad for my sensory overload. That was part of the problem why I was doing so bad yesterday. Funny enough that you say that, Mads, but it was because we were in Target. We were like, I don't know if we want to come to this Target anymore. It's always like a clusterfuck and feels terrible. It wasn't busy either. It was just like something about like the lighting and the way the Target is laid out and like the noise in it. I don't know. It's something about it. We were like, we don't want to come to this location anymore. Like, this is not like the one we like. It's like, how do people have fun shopping here? Why are there always selfies on Instagram of people being like, haha, went to Target for a fun day trip? Like, yeah, we'll do that sometimes, but like, that's not the place I seek out for like fun fun environment. It's good for my brain. Never had problems with crowded places until the past few years. I used to be a competitive swimmer for 10 years and a lifeguard. I don't think I could handle it anymore. Our brains change over time. You know, brain chemistry, our comfort levels, especially with the pandemic going on. Like, it's a lot easier to make excuses to not want to be in public places. That's definitely where I am as a person, where I'm like, I used to prefer that kind of public setting, but now I'm not into it anymore because we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I know that there's a lot of idiots not taking it seriously enough and causing things like the Omicron mutation by being assholes and just going out and catching COVID 5 times, you know, and somehow surviving because there is no God. My target is so bad. It's so awful. I hate it. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. To stop working retail because the burnout was intense. Well, burnout's a totally different thing, but yeah, I can imagine that being constantly sensory overwhelmed would contribute to it for sure. Burnout in retail is just like, I think that's like the natural like part of of being in retail. It's not an if you burn out thing, it's a when you burn out thing with retail. Retail workers don't get paid nearly enough to deal with the shit that they deal with, like, for sure. Dumb brain things, dumb people. Penguins are always better. I mean, penguins rule. Penguins are great, and they're so cute. You know, they're like mate for life, and they're like just like very like nurturing to their young. And they're birds that can't fly that live in the cold. Like, how fucking cool of an evolution is that? Penguins rock. Our heat AC is right near my section, so that's always on, and there's always screaming children or people playing music out loud on their phone. Oh, God. Yeah, it's always, like, so annoying. Yeah, auditory burnouts like that, or auditory overstimulation like that is, like, very big for me. Like, sometimes, like, I'll be trying to do some work at the computer or something, and, like, Morgan will be, like, streaming or something. Like, while Morgan's streaming. And, like, sometimes I have to, like, really turn up the music in my headphones or something so I can concentrate on, like, reading, or because, like, the sound of her talking will, like, distract me too much. Like, my brain just isn't designed to handle that much input all at the same time. Jenna, what's up? Good to see you here. Welcome. Penguins are your favorite animal? Why not? Good choice. Want to pop in and chat and say thank you for the absolutely delightful lurking stream tonight. Nice calm vibes all around. Not entirely by choice, I won't lie. Like, I'm only this calm because I'm out in outer space. Like, my brain is in outer space tonight. But I'm glad that it turned out to be something people enjoyed. Glad that it's just a vibe for some. Like, seriously, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Like, legitimately. We always like seeing you here, Jenna. I hope that you're having a lovely week so far. Or weekend, I should say. Oh my God, it's Friday, right? It's the actual weekend. The freaking weekend, baby. All right, chat. I haven't looked at Sudoku in a little bit here. I gotta actually complete some more Sudoku blocks so I don't look like an idiot. Why did I boot up Sudoku, though? This is, like, truly a thinking person's game, and I just don't have the brain juice for this. I should have done, like, Power Wash or something. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some Power Wash tomorrow. I know a lot of stuff's going on online right now, too, for people, so, like, I just wanted something to vibe with. It's 1 a.m. Thanks for the lovely stream. Proxima, thanks so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate you dropping by for a bit. Get some good rest. Enjoy your weekend here. Hopefully see you in some future streams coming up. All right, we got... Well, goddamn, guys. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. This is the other problem with Sudoku, is if I look away for too long, I just forget what the fuck I was doing. And then I'm like, oh, cool, which is my fault, because I was like, oh, it's time to ramble, apparently. ADHD thing. So now I don't know what I was working on in this. I don't know what sequences seemed solvable to me. What the fuck, bro? Oh, shit. Fours, maybe? I don't think fours are solvable. I don't know if fours are solvable right now. Am I stupid? I mean, I am, but am I abnormally stupid right now? What about fives? We kind of had some... We had some momentum with the fives, I guess. Work the last 4 days in a row. I finally have a day off tomorrow. I'm so happy to just vibe knowing tomorrow has no expectations. It was always my favorite thing when I was working was knowing a day off was coming up and that I could just kick back and do whatever the fuck I wanted. It was like it almost made the work shift before it so like easier. It made it feel better. Because I used to, when I was working in psychology, when I was doing like psych counseling, I worked like I was contractually obligated to 40 hours a week, which is a standard job, you know, dental, medical, etc. Full-time job. But it very often would go well into the 50 to something plus hour mark because we had a legal obligation where if there was a patient that was having a crisis, because I worked in like a group home setting, where if like a patient was having a crisis, someone who is trained had to take them to the psych ward at our hospital and check them in. And so there were often times that there'd be a crisis at like, I would have a shift from like 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., like a 12-hour shift. And then, or no, I'm sorry, it wouldn't be like that late, but it would be like a 1 p.m. to like 11 p.m. shift, like a 10-hour shift. And then like if a crisis happened at like say 10:30, a kid was threatening to harm themselves or something terrible like that. Because I worked with teen boys with psychological issues ranging from bipolar to schizophrenia, you know, came from bad backgrounds that affected their mental health, etc. I would have to take them and drive them to the hospital while the other staff watched the rest of the house, and I would have to check them into the psych ward. And we would get there, you know, at, let's say the incident happened at 10:30, we'd get there at 11, and the check-in process would take like the next hour while they were doing like a psych evaluation, and then I'd have to sit there and like give my side of what happened, explain what happened to this client, and I'd often not get home till like 1, 2 in the morning, and very often I'd be scheduled for like a shift at like 6 a.m. the next day. So then I'd go in for like another 10 to 12 hour shift on like 4 hours of sleep. And it was the worst thing. So those days, long story short, those days where I was like, all right, I'm here at 2 in the morning at the hospital with a kid who just tried to like eat a battery. Thank God I have tomorrow off. And it would make it so much better in my brain. So much better. Funny, but also mentally tiring thing that happened to me today. I went to the DMV at like 3 in the afternoon. It was very busy. Got to 5:30 and I was the next number to be called, only for them to announce that they were no longer calling numbers and to go home. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That is draining. Good luck to you on Monday, Brookie. Starting to get hella sleepy, so I'm going to just ride the chill vibes into Dreamland. Hell yeah. Best way to be, Chronic. Hope that we can lull you to sleep. Appreciate that you're here and that you've been here for as long as you have been. That said, I sometimes miss that job because I had guaranteed days off, although I would often get called in on days that I didn't have to work. Because when I eventually owned a company, when I was co-owning and operating an internet marketing firm, I was my own boss. And those who remember the burnout saga that I went through, where I announced that I was like leaving that job on YouTube, was because my standard work week while I worked that job was 70 hours a work week. I did 70 hours a week. Generally didn't have a day off because I just worked from home on my days off / the days I didn't go into the office. That was the fucking worst. If only I knew that it was going to get that much worse. There were times that I would go into work on like 2 hours of sleep after working for like 15 hours the day before, and I was just so burnt out I had to quit that job. I don't know, how many people, show of hands in chat, how many people have been around the community long enough to remember when I had that job before I was a full-time YouTuber, full-time content creator? Because that was the last major job I had before I went full-time doing content creation, was running that company. And I was just like, I was so burnt. It was literally 70 hours of work. Every week was like a 70-hour work week. It's been extremely jarring going from like 25 hours a week to 40 hours back to 20 to 23. Oh my gosh. Retail life, right? Like the fucking like holiday rush that they make you come in for, and they're like, by the way, you're working 50 hours this week. And you're like, I've literally never worked more than like 25 hours though, because I'm a part-time employee. And yeah, that was everyone with a founder badge. Yeah, that's a safe bet. Yeah, Mads, I know that you remember. I think Shira might have been around. I can't remember who else, but a lot of people watched the rise and fall of that saga. I used to, like, I look like shit now, but like when I say I used to look like shit back then during those like vlogs and things, that I used to do those short check-in vlogs where it's like, hey guys, sorry for no gaming videos, but I literally have not had time to edit anything at all. So here is yet another vlog saying I'm working on things that you'll probably never see. That was a very big chunk of my content during that time. Not here long enough in the Twitch community to see that, but I think on YouTube maybe. Yeah, I don't even remember if I was like streaming back when I had that job. I think it was mainly just YouTube shit. It was like right around when I found you, I think, because you got affiliated pretty soon after coming to streams regularly, but I saw you on Twitter and YouTube before that for a bit. Yeah. From about October 2020 to nearly November 2021, I was working 2 jobs, 7 days a week. It was the most exhausting thing, never having a day that wasn't dedicated to work. I can imagine. Humans are not designed to do that. I'm obviously always very angry to see the way that people, especially with part-time jobs, are treated. It's like really shitty. Speaking of work, I forgot my good news. I start my new job on Monday. My dad will take me to get new pants tomorrow. I only have one pair of non-dress pants that don't have holes in the thighs. Oh my God. Well, Hannah, congrats to you. That's fantastic. I hope that you can find some slick looking pants. Some nice new pants. All right. I don't know if I can do this one. My brain is just in the soup right now. I wanted to do Sudoku tonight. I thought this was going to be like fun for me, but it's like actually more frustrating than anything, because I am not seeing this puzzle the way that I think I would normally see it, because I'm just so fucking tired. I think I'm just going to exit. We can keep chatting though. Who knows what it's a fucking Friday. Who knows what's happening in tonight's stream? It's just me vibing. It's me vibing and feeling like dog shit. That's the entirety of the stream, is me vibing with you guys and feeling like absolute ass. Thank you to everyone who stuck around tonight, though. It's been really nice to just, like, chill. So. Thank you. Trying to do this one, and I cannot. It's a hard one, for sure. Very, very much so. Namiria, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you. I did love all of those jobs I did, but damn, I would have loved to have a bath and some candles at some point. I can imagine. It's tough. I've done the job juggle before. It's not fun. A couple years ago, I was working a full-time job 5 days a week and a part-time job 3 to 4. But since I was one of the only ones over 18, I usually had to stay late, closing until 2 or 3 in the morning before being back at work by 8 the next day. So glad when I went to just one job. Johnny, I'm so glad that you got to rebalance your life in that kind of way. I hope that that's a privilege, a convenience that a lot of people get at some point in their lifetime, because it's, again, like, life's too short. And we have to work to live, unfortunately, in the current system and society, the way that things are designed. Someone will always have to be working for modern-day convenience in some capacity. It's just the balance, the power structure involved is obviously so bizarre. So strange sometimes. I should probably update my stream to just chatting again, right? Here we go. We're a just chatting stream. We're just chatting Andy. Once again. Am I terribly late for the stream? Only 3 hours and 40 minutes. So depending on your perspective of time, that is either a lot of time or barely any at all. Retail sucks because I can be working only 20 to 23 hours a week, but still hate my job with such a passion that I feel like even that is too much some days. Any amount of retail is too much. That's the way that I'll give you absolute validity in that. Any retail is too much. Retail is like wearing 8 different hats at the same time, being expected to do so much. And customers not treating you like human beings. That's dog shit. That should never happen. I hate that happens to people. So, yeah. I'm big late. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, you haven't missed much. I will let you know it's been 3.5 hours of me being fucking soup brain. I've been exhausted. I just got my booster. Morgan and I got our boosters yesterday. And the side effects have not been kind to either of us. We've both been really tired and out of it. We've been sleeping on and off when we can. I didn't get to sleep until 9 a.m. Eastern, and then I slept till 6 p.m. Eastern because my arm, and I woke up like 50 times during it because my arm hurt. I had a fever. I had the chills. Again, still totally worth it. If anyone has not gotten the booster yet, I highly encourage you to do so to keep yourself and the other people safe as possible. Please do so. Please do your part. But I'm truly exhausted at the moment, but I didn't stream yesterday. I haven't, I've been missing streams here and there. So I really wanted to like vibe with a bunch of people that I enjoy the company of. So, really you haven't missed too much. It's mainly me just rambling. I tried to play Sudoku there for a second, but my brain is like way too shriveled up at the moment to do that. So yeah, someone literally stole a pair of pants today. Jesus, left their dirty ripped pants on my shelf instead of just throwing them out. Yeah, that's rude. Like, at the end of the day, like, who the fuck cares if people are stealing from, like, a multi-billion-dollar corporation, I guess? Like, obviously an inconvenience to the workers to some degree. But, like, don't leave your fucking nasty-ass clothes there. Because then some retail worker has it. You're only punishing the retail worker at that point. You're not punishing the corporation. Punishing a person who's just trying to do their job, and it's like, gross, I don't know where these have been. I don't know how many times someone has pooped these. Been putting off my booster because I hate getting shots. Nymeria, I have a huge phobia of needles. I literally hyperventilated and had a panic attack before getting my shot. I explained to the nurse that I had that I needed to go in with Morgan. So it was nice if you have someone to like body double with. That's like a really nice thing. If you don't, still, explaining to whoever you have administering your shot might be something worth exploring. I said, I am literally just the most afraid of needles anyone in the world has ever been. I'm truly nervous about this. I have a huge phobia. This is something that freaks me the fuck out every time it happens. Please, if you can like distract me or something, that would be a huge help to me. So what happened was the nurse was asking me about my job. She fortunately was pretty young, so she knew what Twitch and live streaming was. And she was like, well, that's so cool. Do you do gaming? And she was like distracting me. Meanwhile, I'm looking away from her, away from the needle. I felt the alcohol swab go down. And then I was just like, yeah, like Twitch is like kind of a weird thing. Like I sort of lucked into being full time. And then she was like, you're done, by the way. And I was like, how long have I been done? And she's like, yeah, you're done. You've been done. And I was like, I didn't even feel it. Like the booster was so quick. It was so small. I know that doesn't take away the fear of the concept of the needle. It doesn't for me either. Like I saw the syringe sitting on the table and I like started freaking out when I saw it. But I can let you know that it was so quick. It was so painless that like I just feel peace of mind. Obviously, I'm dealing with some pretty intense side effects, but I'm also really happy I got it done and I can make other people around me safer. If I can do it, you can do it. I've been dealing with my needle phobia since I was a child. So if you need that little extra encouragement, we're here for you. We're rooting you on. Chai Panda, hello, by the way. I didn't ever say hi to you, but I see you there in chat. Welcome. By the way, guys, we now have the pronouns extension working. If you want to if you're comfortable adding your pronouns, you can use the pronouns command to pull up the extension, a quick little card that Mads put together. That's a very easy instructions to follow along with to allow you to add your pronouns so that I and other people using the pronouns extension can see your pronouns. Obviously not a requirement here, but something that if you want to use it for your own comfort or just to share who you are with other people, that's a lovely thing that you can add. I am very, very happy we finally got it working over here. It took a while. So getting over the amount of times I had a needle get shoved in my mouth for fillings a couple weeks ago, dental needles are the worst. They're really actually fucking terrible. Morgan and I, the only reason it took us this long to get the booster was just so many scheduling issues this month. It was really hard. We were supposed to get it weeks ago, but I'm really happy that we were able to get it. So, yeah. Curious, can you see them on your end? Yeah, even though I'm on mobile. Yeah, yep. I can see it. As long as you're in chat, I can see you. Because it doesn't have to have, like, the extension has already collected the data, I think is what it is. So even if you can't see them because you're on mobile, the data is still in, like, the database for the extension. So it does show through on my end. So, I'm assuming that's the way that it works at the very least. So, yeah. I can't look at needles or my heart rate and blood pressure shoot up. Yeah, when I was getting the meningitis shot for college, I remember I straight up hyperventilated to the point where, like, they had to, like, ask if I needed, like, a brown paper bag brought in to do, like, the old school, like breathing into the bag trick because I was hyperventilating so much. I had tears, like, running down my face. When I say I have a phobia of needles, like, I have a phobia of needles. Cartoon needles freak me out. Like, ones that I know are fake, that are drawn in, like, a cartoon, in, like, a video game, those freak me out. I have to, like, look away from the screen if there's, like, a needle in, like, an anime that I'm watching. So, I figured that I was just curious. That's so nice. Yeah, I'm glad that it still provides that accessibility, even if people are on mobile and can't see it on their end. At the very least, other people using it can still see the pronouns that they use. Pretty resistant to numbing, so I didn't have fun. Oh no, yeah, that's the worst. Time to put on the big girl pants. Punches there, I can do this. You can do it. You can do it. We're proud of you. We're very, very happy to hear that it's something that you are considering doing, and again, to help keep other people safe, and just, something that I hope more and more people normalize so that we can get rid of this goddamn horrible sickness that's going through the world right now, and we can get to a point where all of us can just go back to being able to vibe without worrying about killing our grandparents or something. Like, that's something that that would be very, very nice. Can someone resend the extension link? My internet crashed. Anytime you use the pronouns command, you can pull it up. So if that happens again, or if you forget to set it up now, or if you just want to set it up later, anyone can access the pronouns command, and we'll be able to pull up the instructions on how to implement it, which is awesome. I really like it. Anonymous. Oh my God. What the hell? 3 months to CF Nature. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I'm trying to sound, I hope that I sound sincerely grateful for that. I'm just so low energy at the moment, but I appreciate that. Break the ice. Cammy, thank you so much for the 29 freaking months. That's a long time. Again, if I've sounded ungrateful or too flat or dry for people, that is not my intention tonight. I'm just really, really, really exhausted. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for supporting the streams. Thanks for doing everything that you guys do. It means a lot. And someone send the... oh, wait, I already read that. Wholesome news. I applied to adopt a cat today. Yo, CF Nature. Congrats. That's so cute. I hope that you can get a cute little kitty. Thank you, Anonymous. That's so sweet of you, by the way. That's really nice of you. Thank you. It's pretty late. I'm also an ESTer. Yeah, it is late. I mean, that's just what happens. I wouldn't be able to fucking sleep right now anyway. I got other work to do as well, so, like, I might bounce in a second just to go take care of some of it, but I'm just super, super low energy. But incredibly grateful. You guys listen to me ramble about everything under the damn sun. And again, who the hell am I at the end of the day? I'm just a random on the internet sharing my opinions about stuff. And the fact that any of you want to stick around and listen and you find that, like, comforting or comfortable and cozy, like, it's really neat to me. Thanks for being my community. Best community on the entire internet. Really are. 5% on my phone? Oh, no. So sorry. Maybe you can do a stealth mission to grab the charger, but again, CF Nature, I'm probably going to end here in a second. I kind of lost track of time too, but I just wanted to vibe with people for a while. Sometimes I don't understand the positions in which Felix tries to sleep, but then I remember I'm the stereotypical neurodivergent sleeper who's the craziest sleeping positions. I do this insane one that I remember seeing my mom do it, which is so funny. My mom sleeps this way as well sometimes, and I must have like just learned it from her or something. But Morgan will occasionally like wake me up and be like, "Why are you sleeping like that?" But I'll be laying on my back. Jesus Christ. I'll be laying on my back. I gotta like shift properly. And what I do is I put my one knee up, like while I'm laying on my back. Like my one leg is bent. And then the other one I cross over. I don't know what that's about. Like it's like, you know how like people like reading the newspaper sitting at the bench, like cross their legs so it looks like the number 4. Like I do that when I'm sleeping and like my knee is up while I do. It's so strange. It's really weird. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a neurodivergent thing. I have no idea. I miss good news, so I'm going to share mine. I got to see my family after a few years of not seeing them, and it was great. That's wonderful, Nymeria. It's really, really wonderful. Must have been a great reunion. Thanks you for your boost mobiles. Thank you, Brookie. I've always found radio talk shows oddly comforting, and that's the vibe I get here. It doesn't make sense, but it's a compliment. No, I mean, in a world of like talk radio and like podcasts that are basically talk radio, I get it. I used to have people tell me all the time, they're like, why don't you do a podcast? And I was like, I'm already doing YouTube and Twitch and social media, and I'm not even fucking good at any of those. Why would I add another thing to that? Like, that's insane. There's just like way too much of that. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who does it. That's so funny that so many of you guys do that as well. Literally just doing that, I find myself asleep in that position too. Yeah, I've woken myself up because, again, I'll have my knee up and then the other leg will be propped on top of it crossed. And in my sleep, my foot will slip down off my leg. And that jerking motion, like, wakes me up. To be honest, live podcasts. I mean, yeah, there is a podcast category here on Twitch where people do their podcasts live. So it really is just kind of the same thing. We haven't done a just chatting stream in such a long time either. And these are my favorites in a lot of ways because I get to pay attention to chat a little bit more than I normally would, being distracted by like a game or something. And obviously tonight is kind of an exception because I might as well be like fucking high off my ass with how exhausted I am. But like, I love chatting. It's very much a vibe to me. Just chatting nights honestly feel like an interactive podcast. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Yeah, same brain right there. That's the way that I feel about it. It's like a ongoing Q&A type of thing. Like I used to make Q&A videos on YouTube back in the day, where people would send in their questions and I just respond to them. And like that has never felt interactive enough. The thing, I've brought this up a million times, but the reason I love live streaming and I've gravitated like a majority of my content towards it is because like I want to get to know you guys better. I want to provide a forum for you to know me better. You know, these are all AMAs basically. We talk about every fucking subject under the sun and I just sit here and like pontificate my own opinions. But like, it's really cool. It's really, really awesome to be able to do this like whenever I want. Like I love doing that. It means a lot. Sleeping like that's so comfy. It must be because I pass out when I do that. I sleep on my stomach with one leg bent and pulled up to my side while the other leg is straight. I sometimes do that as well, Hannah. Like I'll be like hugging my pillow. What I'll do is I'll like spoon my pillow and I'll like sleep in that position, like on my tummy. I do that sometimes. I'm pretty sure I woke up 2 days ago like that. My stomach felt all weird from being folded up. Hadn't even realized I fell asleep. Yeah, that for whatever reason that position knocks me out so fucking fast. I have no idea. I don't know why it does that. It's just like really bizarre. But yeah, very, very good vibes from here. I'm so glad you think so, CF Nature. again, at the end of the day, I want this to be a place where people feel included, where people feel like there's just like non-threatening vibes. Like obviously we get fucking chaotic and out of our minds sometimes. Like the amount of unhinged energy we're able to produce could probably power the world if we found a way to harness it. But at the end of the day, like the biggest thing that I want is, and we've called it this a number of times, is like this is the late night lunch table. I grew up not having like a lot of friends to sit with at lunch until like very late into my high school life. I very often had to eat lunch by myself. I very often felt very alone at school and in the lunchroom. I felt ostracized and alone, and I did not want my community to ever feel that way. I want people to know that they have a seat at this table, and a lot of people might be talking all at once, and you might not always be able to be heard, but you're always welcome to sit here, and you're always welcome to feel a sense of belonging. Because that is what we are aiming for always. So I'm glad to know that like people feel like it's really cozy and it's just chill, and yeah, they'll never be kicked out of this lunch table unless you commit some very egregious thing. So, yeah. I'm going to head out for the night, besties. Good night, Brian and Morgan. Feel better soon. Thank you so much, A. Take care. Thank you so much for vibing with us. I don't know. I just have so much fun. I have a lot of fun. You guys know that. That's been my thing lately. And it's not resonated with everyone out there. We've lost a lot of regulars who used to come by all the time. There's just the nature of content. You know, I'm not always going to be relevant. I'm not always going to be entertaining to people. People's tastes change. You know, things like that wax and wane. It's just the way that things happen. Those of you who've stuck it through with me, though, even if you're brand new here, it means the world. It's really cool. You know that all I aim to do is have fun. I'm too old to kind of care about the clout chasing game. I am just here to play games, to vibe out, to talk. People who are interested in who I am as a person. If for whatever fucking reason, me being myself is interesting enough for you to stick around and watch what I make, like, that's cool to me. Like, that's really fun and cool to me. I aim 100% just to have a fun time and to invite as many people into that fun as I can. So, like, thank you. Like, thank you very, very much for being a part of that. You guys are great. I appreciate you beyond all reason and all words. Best community on the internet. Hey, AC Yuki-chan. Hello, hi. Welcome to the stream. I hope that you're having a good evening. I'm very tired, so I think I'm actually going to go try to get some work done, because I know I'm not going to be able to sleep. Check in with how Morgan's doing, and hopefully we'll be back at it. I gotta get a VOD up as well for the VOD channel. So look for that over on the alt Twitter to announce that, or the VOD channel itself if you subscribe to it. I hope that this was fun. I hope this was a fun time for people. Like, genuinely. I think this is the longest I've ever had a single interest, if you can even call it that anymore. I just want to support you as a person and keep up with what you're doing, because you're awesome, and I get to meet this cool community at the same time. I'm so happy that this is like a place that, like, you guys aren't like pigeonholed only into being like, yes, worship the streamer, worship the content creator. Like, you guys actually get to know each other. Like, this is a social space where you guys get to, like, know each other better. I fucking love that. I think that's so cool. Brian, you're gonna make me cry? Stop. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make people cry. I'm just being as honest as I can be. Appreciate you for streaming. Thank you. I appreciate you for watching. I appreciate you for stopping by to say hello, even though it's here at the end of the stream. We want people to feel welcome. We want people to, even if it's only being here for a couple minutes, getting those good vibes, soaking up the energy of chat and everything. It's something that, like, means a lot to me. Hope you and Morgan feel better soon. Don't forget to keep hydrating and get some good sleep when you can. Oh my god, I've drank. God, I don't even know. I've had like 4 of these today. Like 2 like sports drinks, like a Red Bull earlier today to try to fight off the brain fog. It's been hydration city. I am basically, I mean, I know the human body is more water than it is anything else already, but like I'm even more of that. So, yeah. I did have my little bit of time away, but I fell back into it so easy, it's like I was never gone. You know that door is always open for you, especially Mads. It's always nice hanging out and vibing, talking about whatever. Thank you all for saving me a seat at the lunch table, being such an amazing group of people. I hope you all have such a good time zone. Thank you so much for being a part of it all, Brookie. If anything, what we're doing with this community as we like build up is we're adding more and more tables with longer and longer benches on them, so that more and more people can sit down and enjoy their time here. At some point, we're going to be the biggest, most active, fun community. And we're still going to have that core group of people who shows up, ride or die for things. But at the same time, we're going to welcome new faces. We're going to welcome new voices. We're going to make them feel the way that we did in the beginning of all of this. Welcome and included, and hopefully, acclimate them to what we're all about. I don't mind if it's a few minutes or being here every now and then. It's always a vibe seeing you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Yuki-chan. Thank you. Take Benadryl. Yeah, I mean, so I have a couple of sleep aids that I use already. I'm trying not to mix and match too many medications in me right now. I'm sticking to what I've been told of, like Tylenol and ibuprofen being the most effective at the moment. So I'm trying not to mix too much else into it. But normally that is actually one of the things that I use to help me fall asleep is just a Benadryl or 2 at night. No such thing as not enough seats here. Exactly. If we have to pull other lunch tables over to add more seating, that's the way that it's always going to be, I've only been here for streams a few times, but I'm definitely going to drop by more often from now on. Thank you all for being great pals. Yo, CF Nature, I'm glad that, a fellow penguin lover is here as well. Always a seat open, absolutely. I love getting to know new regulars and forcing them into our family. Yeah, that's a funny way to put it. That is very accurate. Found families are like a real thing. Like, obviously, we caution against, like, codependencies and, like, parasocial stuff as much as we can because we want to keep things as, like, healthy as possible mentally here. But also, it's one of those things where found family is a very real feeling. When you find those people you click with, those people that accept you when others haven't, it's a great feeling. It's a really, really cool thing. It's neat to find the people that you wish were there when no one else was. And I feel like this community has a lot of potential for that. And it has a lot of potential for you all to become the types of people who can be there for others when they need it as well. And I think that that's a really unique, cool thing that was built up by your involvement. Like, the more active we are, the more people we welcome in, the more just people spread that, like, good energy and the chaotic memes and whatever. The more we can spread this vibe, the more we can expand our bubble, the more we can make sure that what we're doing is going in the right direction as we add more perspectives and just great people to our ranks. It's really cool. It's a cool sensation to know that, I don't know, that there's people want to spend their energy in a way that feels like sincere. You guys are definitely there for me when I feel like nobody else is, even if it's not in the ways you'd expect. That's really sweet. My audit I got it. I apparently have taxes on the brain, which I have to do still. My aunt feels that so hard. Her found family is so much healthier for her than who she grew up under. That's the way I am as well. Like I didn't have a ton of friends growing up. I really didn't. It wasn't until like into my adult life I started making connections that actually meant anything from the standpoint of sincerity. Like starting to create that foundation where I could both healthily explore myself and other people. Again, just another example of it's never too late in life to find the people that you're meant to find. I have to say that the friend group that I have right now, I am so lucky to have. I'm so grateful for them. I love and appreciate them, and I want to see more of them. I want to see them just succeed in ways that I might not be able to. But if I can be there to make sure that they can, that's a fucking great feeling. Apparently Boosted Beagly is Emo Beagly because damn. Has this stream hit me in the feels? I'm always like this, though. That's a thing. Like, yeah, maybe I'm, like, a little bit slower and, like, a little bit more, like, emotional because, like, I'm so out of it at the moment. A little bit more hashtag this is deep thinking, but, you guys know me. I'm a big fucking softie. I got no reason to be, like, a cocky, arrogant weirdo. I am sometimes, but I have no reason to be. I'm just a person who's lived enough of life to know what I want to see happen in the world. I don't know. Why not help each other? Why not be kind to each other? Why not support each other? Why not chase our dreams? Why not encourage each other to chase our dreams? Wear our hearts on our sleeve and tell people that we appreciate and love them when we really do. I don't know. Can fight apathy without having to fight. Can bring some positivity into the world in moments that the world needs it. That's the way that I feel. Guys, it's 2 o'clock. Holy shit. That's also why, like, emo brains coming out is, I'm just tired I'm tired. But I'm in a very good mood. I'm so happy that I got to stream tonight. I'm so happy I got to hang out with everybody. You're all so sweet. Like, genuinely some of the best people I've ever gotten to spend time with. Thank you for being here. Like, thanks for, again, finding me interesting enough to keep up with. The successes that I have professionally, to root those on, to support what we do here. Like, we're still above 600 subs. That's crazy. Just a couple months ago, we were down at like 500 again. So, like, that's a huge number of subs. I'm constantly blown away. Because, again, I definitely come from the camp of, like, who the fuck am I? I'm not any more special than any one of you. The fact that any of you spend your time getting to know me and sticking around in the community and wanting to see what I'm up to is just, like, I'm so privileged. I'm so fortunate to be where I'm at in my life, where I can wake up and literally do anything I want. If I want to try my hand at music, if I want to play a video game, if I want to, just troll the internet on my social media, I don't know. Like, I have choices, I have options. I'm incredibly privileged at the moment, and it means the world that anyone gives a shit about me at all. So thank you for giving a shit, I guess. Thank you. It's been 5 years at the point you're not getting rid of me now, loser. I'm glad. All right. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to wrap up here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for hanging out with each other. Thanks for believing in each other. Thank you for believing in me. More to come soon, guys. I have so many cool things on the horizon. I cannot wait to announce them. This year is our year. I'm calling it right now. Something's going to happen. The community's going to blow up. We're going to have a lot of new friendly faces here. I'm going to be incredibly, making breakthroughs where I'm actually proud of my work and I'm feeling good about myself. We're going to see a lot of you guys change and have some incredibly good news to share with us. There's going to be a lot of it. There's going to be a ton of it. I promise you. And I'm very excited for all of it. And I'm really lucky to have all of you here to share it with me. Thank you for what you do. Anyway, chat. Yeah, holy crap, it's late. Let's get hype. Let's get hype for 2022. After this booster wears off, it's back to 110%. You guys know the energy levels I've had this month. I have been crushing things lately. I've been accomplishing things that I am unbelievably proud of. A lot of it to come. We're gonna fucking do this. We're gonna become a big community. It's gonna happen. It's not gonna be so big that we lose ourselves. It's not gonna be so big that people get lost in the mix. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna bring our message. We're gonna bring our energy. We're gonna bring our chaos to the masses. I feel it happening. It's gonna be a great year. Let's do it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for all the follows, the bits, the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the donations. Again, every little bit does add up, and it allows me to do this as a really cool full-time thing. Again, hitting the 5-year mark. This year is the 5th year I've gotten to do this full-time. Thank you for letting me. I wouldn't be here without you. Hope you all had a good time chatting. Haley, hey, what's up? Sorry to be ending as you joined, but we appreciate you a ton. Seriously. Thank you very, very much. Manifesting the year of Brian. Hell yeah. The year of all of us, though. Not just me. This whole community. You guys are going to kick ass. I believe in you. Hope you guys had a great time chatting. If you lurked the whole time, we appreciate your time that was put into this community. It means the world. Hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. You guys are the best in the world. I love every single one of you so very much. I really, really do. Finger hearts as usual. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. And we'll hopefully see all of you in the next one. So remember, Sunday watch party for sure. Maybe bonus stream tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.